not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the banner man. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft.
Silk song.
The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. 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 The paladins in Minecraft. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
Why do gamers keep saying just
fuck the paladins? Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the banner man. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in
Sky Blue.
Minecraft. Fuck the paladins.
Sky Blue.
Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. The paladins in Minecraft.
I'm having technical difficulties right now, chat. I'm having technical difficulties. I'm trying to... This shit. Everything's messing up, chat. Everything's messing up. Hello. Hello. The stash is all over the place. Hello. He said, fucking paladins feels weird, man. I said, fuck the paladins. I'm not fucking them. Maybe you can fuck them. I have no idea. Stop having intercourse with paladins. I'm not fucking them. What? I'm not... What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. Fuck the paladins. Yeah, very true, very true. Sup, amigos? Sup, yo? Sup. I'm just setting up some shit on the background right now. I'm having some technical difficulties. Some technical difficulties. Well, there's a lot of shit to cover today, though, chat. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of shit to cover today. It's fucking, a crazy time right now, right? I just thought we could just have a normal fucking week, in the WoW scene. Just a normal fucking week. The constant no update, the constant, no response from Blizzard type of week, right? Everything's okay. People are just playing WoW regardless and moving on with their fucking life, right? And I thought we could just move the fuck on, just move the fuck on and that's it. That's the type of week I thought we were going to have. Like, no bullshit, no need to put up a drama VOD, nothing. We could just we could just talk, chill the fuck out, type shit, you know what I mean? Maybe even play some fucking games on stream, you know what I mean? Which would be a rarity for the past couple days. But it doesn't seem like that's the route that we're in right now. I think Hammer said he wanted to Mac at one point and talk some shit on stream about this shit. I'm more than down. I don't know, bro. It's at this point, man, where, like, if Blizzard just wants to fucking remove their, like, literally get rid of their entire content creation scene and they don't care about anybody, then just fucking say that, bro. Just fucking say that. There's also an alarming video that I'm gonna show today. I was gonna probably show it in a clip of a video. Well, how do I say this? I was gonna show it in a new video, and I didn't show it yet, but I'm gonna pull it up now just so I can have it. But it's a very interesting thing because even the bigger guys are going through this shit too, bro. Even the big dudes are going through this, which is very alarming. I will pull it up now just to have it. It's just a short from NMP, which I'll save here. But it's just a crazy time, dog. A crazy time. The Epoch team either really did leave at a drop of a hat, or they said they had to go into hiding and let Dutch take the heat. No, yeah, it's a fucked up situation because, like, you know, here's the thing that the private world doesn't. I'm assuming this is something that doesn't really get talked about much in the private world. But when shit hits the fan over there in those like black market style streets, and these are the things I should start talking more like this and just rambling in a video. Maybe people will just watch an entire video of me just rambling for fucking 50 minutes, right? I could definitely do that, and then I can also like change my mic quality and which quality of mic I use. Like there's a difference if I use my actual YouTube recording mic and then I use my stream mic, right? So I could definitely do that. There's a big diff. Like maybe I can even test it now. So let me try it, chat. Ready? All right, chat. Do you hear me? Chat, do you hear me? Do I sound clear on stream? This is probably the mic you normally hear in the videos. Yeah, that's way better quality, right? And I could start using it. I could start using this mic more. I definitely could do that. Hold on one sec. Let me actually leave it out like that. Voice sounds clear, little fan background. Yeah, it's the fucking... I have a purifier running in the back. That's pretty much it. I could lower it, though. Give me a sec, though. Give me a sec. We'll lower the purifier. I just use it because it gets stuffy. You know, it gets stuffy in the room and shit. So I like to use the humidifier. Does it sound good now? How do we sound? Is it as loud anymore, chat? Is it as loud? Or do we sound crispy? We're pretty crispy? Let me know. I'll wait for you guys. Because I know there's a stream delay. I know there's delays. I just hydrated. You just got one out. Much love, amigos. Much love. But yeah, you know, it's just some serious fucking weird times that we're in, dog. Honestly, more than anything, you know? Like, I really, I make these videos and I do these things, like, you know, I do all these, like, you know, crazy style edits and shit, and, you know, I try to, you know, provide the best quality that I can. But there's still, you know, just the constant, like, you know, I was talking with Hammer about this today, like, just, there's some of these comments on the YouTube section, man, they're just so, like, idiotic about everything, and I get it, man, like, I totally understand, like, people's passion for, like, private servers and, like, defending certain things, right? Like, I totally get that, and I'm not here to say that every private server is going to get packed up permanently forever, but Blizzard, as of recently, is taking initiative more than I've ever seen before as a player. So you have to realize, I didn't exist in the days of Elysium. I didn't exist in the days of Lights Hope, White Mane, you know, Kingleberry.com, fucking /org/ fucking bust on someone's forehead. I wasn't there, okay? Like, I didn't exist in those early days. But at least I existed within Classic WoW since 2019 when I did play. And ever since 2019, since I did play, all the way fast forward to 2025, a massive change in direction of, like, Blizzard and how they've handled things, I've noticed, you know? And I've picked upon these things, and I've seen these things. So, it's just, like, seeing the way they're attacking all these servers, right, these private servers, and now I'm reading all the history of, like, all these older servers and all the drama and shit that happened in those days, and how Blizzard has always sent cease and desist no matter what. They just wipe their ass with it normally. They're getting more involved with it now, you know? And it seems like more of Microsoft and Activision really putting their foot forward and wanting to stop this shit. Now, yeah, you could say they're sending 1,000 cease and desist letters and fucking, you know, these companies will forever live on, you know? Blizzard doesn't have jurisdiction in this place, and they don't have jurisdiction here, and as long as we have a private server existing somewhere in some basement of fucking Kazakhstan, we're gonna live forward and move on, you know? And they'll never get us. But it's like, dude,
The writing is on the wall clearly. Like, yeah, you're saying they'll never get you, but there's no communication whatsoever from Blizzard for the classic community whatsoever. So this is their form of communication, letting people know we're not giving any communication right now. We're trying to pack shit the fuck up. We're trying to send as much threats and send as much fear mongering as we can to let motherfuckers know nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. And if you think we're joking around, you can look at the lawsuit from Turtle Wow alone. You know what I'm saying? You can look at that specific document alone. Nobody just comes out of nowhere overnight and just writes 50 pages of lawyer jargon to say, oh, we just want to do a simple cease and desist. No, they want to take it a step further. They want to take it a much step further. They want to see where the money is coming from, the sources. They're trying to attack the water wells. They're trying to attack every other leg of the industry in the private server scene. They're trying to actually go through the back end and find the sources to really fucking hit this. I think this is the first time I've ever seen Blizzard move in this direction. Now, this is me personally seeing this. I know there's private server aficionados who are like legends of the old, which they claim to be fucking just keyboard warriors. I don't really fucking care about these guys. Because I see these guys come to my comments, even my YouTube, and like they are just Jesus, bro. Like God forbid you talk on their servers, bro. It's like, whoo, oh shit, bro. Oh God, you know, you opened up a door that they start unloading on the keyboard. You know what I mean? They start unloading. It's kind of insane. But I'm just speaking how it is, you know. And some of these idiots they don't understand that, but that's fine. I get like everybody is fucking. You know, not everybody's the brightest apple of the bunch, right? There's always a rotten egg in the carton no matter what, and some person in some way is going to be toxic or be an idiot no matter what. That's just normal. Honestly, the only way I see Blizzard is not Blizzard. I just view it as Microsoft WoW. That helps with knowing they didn't have the spirit of the game was. Or I know what you're saying, Barrett. Yeah, and that's how I see it. I don't even call the company, like, I don't even like saying it's Blizzard anymore, and I even had like one guy in my comment earlier, like he was saying like something about like, oh, I bet you're still sub playing retail WoW and all this shit. I'm like, dude, I literally just told my stream last night, I have a canceled WoW sub, bro. I literally just canceled it the other day. I told my boys this the other day on Discord. I said, bro, I just canceled my sub. I'm not, why the fuck would I want to play more World of Warcraft? Like, I'm good, dog. I did more in World of Warcraft than any of these, like, retards who are talking can possibly fathom and imagine. Like, these are, like, I really just, I do want to make a video like this, chat, and I was thinking about it. Let me know what you would think about this. I was thinking about making a video, like, me outside of my house, like, you know, maybe just having some food and drinking, you know, maybe smoking, who knows, just macking, and having a real-life talk video about how I feel like the World of Warcraft community is severely ill. Like, severely. Like, there is a lot of disgustingly ill people in this community, and it's a reason why people are afraid to approach it. It's a reason why developers are afraid to talk. I've been thinking about doing this. I don't know if I want to do it, but I've been thinking about just making a long, like, 30, 40-minute rant video of just explaining how retarded I think people are. And I don't know. I was a little scared of doing this type of video, because I feel like I don't know how people would feel about me. But at the same time, another part of me is like, I don't give a fuck about how people feel about me, you know? I never did. People's opinions on me, like, you know, whether I was like, you know, fat, this or that, that never bothered me. But the comments lately that I've been getting on my channel, like, and you know what the fucked up part is, man? It's not a lot, you know? It's not a lot of comments, but it's just some of these motherfuckers try to get under my skin, you feel me? It's the death throes of a dying industry, or industry being majorly disrupted. Everyone sees AI tidal wave coming in. Yeah, Cedros, I know what you're saying. That makes sense. Turtle. Yeah, I feel you. I think these are the first shutdowns since MS acquisition. Yeah, Tim. Blizzard slugs, I know, bro. I hate it. I love your insight on these topics. Thank you, Pedro. I appreciate it. Vote for Pedro. Base take, goddamn. Thank you, man. Isolation in gaming is not also good for your mental. Yeah, that's why a lot of people in gaming are unhappy, sending positive ups. Yeah, I know, man. It's I'm not. Listen, chat. I'm not like in a negative trance right now. You know, I'm not depressed. That's not that. I got a beautiful mom, and you know, I got a good life, and I'm chill. You know, I'm happy. It's just that it's tough sometimes, you know, when you do content creation and like you put in so much effort in your videos. Like, dude, I feel like my quality, my videos, like where I once was, has upgraded. You know, I feel like I've done all the right things to upgrade the quality of my videos, the transitions, the overlays, the, you know, the talking points, the the timestamps, the effort, like the thumbnail, everything. I've done everything, you know, and it's just crazy that, like, you know, you could do all that and people could still not give a fuck no matter what, you know, and they could still say it's the same this, or it's not to their pleasing or whatever. It's just so weird how, like, content creation works sometimes, you know. And I genuinely try my best, and I try to not, like, overthink it, but sometimes people are just just stubborn assholes, you know. They don't understand. And I'm not saying I'm always correct, you know. I'm not always right on everything. I don't have the knowledge of 1,000-year-old veterans in World of Warcraft who know the minute details of every fucking single thing, either about their class or the game or an area of the map. But I have a good fucking share of experience of what I'm able to provide. And I try the best in doing that to make awareness about the simple fact that Blizzard has lost the fucking entertainment in their name. It's no longer Blizzard. It's Microsoft Activision that's providing all this shit. It's no longer the shit that we, you know, we actually care about as fucking gamers. And that's what, like, I continue to, like, talk about. That's what the, you know, the fight for. And you can look at it from, like, just the history of all the games that we've ever played. How many genres and how many different corporations of games that we played have fucking fell into that same trap, right? Where they are no longer the body or entity that they once represented. You know, they are no longer the game that they once represented. And this happens all the time, you know? This happens more time than none. And it's just very unfortunate because, like, I really want to see the gaming industry, you know, prevail. I want to see it succeed. I want to see it do better. But it just sucks when you see so much gaming, you know, and it's not all the time nowadays. There is, you know, companies like that have done really good. You know, you could say that Santa Monica Studios did really good with the recent God of War stuff they did on PlayStation for sure. You can even give credit to Horizon Zero Dawn. You can give credit to the, you know, Final Fantasy making a comeback. You can give credit to Capcom doing their things, how they've handled, you know, Resident Evil with the remakes. You can give credit to, fuck, man, a tons of different companies that have done a good job, right? There's so many of them, right? There's so many, even indies, right? Like Hollow Knight, Valheim is one of them that continues try to upgrade their game, even though I feel like they've taken a super long time to come out of early development. But regardless, the whole point is that, like, there's companies that still are trying, you know, to be a game in the gaming industry. And I think that's the problem, is that the games in the gaming industry nowadays, if they're not for the gamer, they are trying to just sucker the gamer. They're trying to fucking continuously swallow up your wallet and take your money for everything you got. And that, to me, is like, that is like the most annoying, cringiest shit in my life, because I grew up in a time when gaming was good. And we all did, you know. I'm sure most of us, most people that watch my channel, I would say for the most part, are within somewhere between their 20s to 40s range, right? Maybe even older, right? And I respect that, because you know what it was like to grow up during a time when you at least either knew what gaming was like or you saw that peak gaming. You feel me? The modern world is just full of zoomers and retards. The meta is to shit on anything and everything, and if you have a passion for anything, you'll get dumped on. Yeah, and that's such a shame nowadays. I don't like the way that the world is working in the gaming scene. And I also think, also specifically, it's just this niche of World of Warcraft. I think it's, I'm going to be honest with you. I think World of Warcraft, I think the community, I think this niche, I think I think it's dog shit, to be honest. And I think a lot of creators know this already. It's a reason why a lot of creators have left and move on. It's a very dog shit community. And unfortunately, it's not everybody in the community. It's just a lot of bad apples have taken over. At one point, you could have said, oh, maybe it was just a few apples, right? Just a few eggs that are rotten in the carton. But unfortunately, majority of the carton's rotten now. And it's like, no one is, like, happy in this community anymore. No one's like satisfied. And I think that's also a key problem, because the game is not good. A reason why people are not happy is because the game's not good. So when you're thriving in a fucking scene with a game that sucks, that's currently not good, and it's fucking not at the, you know, the place you want it to be, people get dissatisfied with that. It affects the way of their thinking. It affects the way they respond, how they act, how they go about their, you know, daily life whenever the subject is brought up, right? So it really changes a lot of things. It wasn't WoW Cataclysm, it was Blizz Cataclysm. Shit. I wish they never even done anything with Cataclysm to begin with, to be honest with you. They should have never worked on Cataclysm after Season of Discovery. That was retarded. Or even during SOD is the word. Microsoft has always had the last say in any game produced by its studios. Look at Bungie and 343. Yeah, it's just, man, I really think, you know, and I'm just gonna say it. This is just the fucking truth, bro. The minute you start letting publishers get involved with you, it just fucking changes everything, dog. It's like, you know what I compare it to? It's like fucking Mike Tyson, like training with fucking Cuss back in the day, Cus D'Amato. Like he's training with somebody who makes him hungry and makes him eager to succeed. You see this champion, this lion come out of nowhere. And then what happens at some point? Another fucking publisher or promoter comes involved. Don King gets involved with Mike Tyson. And what happens? All your money's gone. The guy gets fucking, you know, charges. His life is no longer good. He's not the same guy he once was. He's not the same animal. No more. He doesn't got that eye of the tiger anymore. And it's like, this is what happens when you fucking work with Activision and Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft's the same company that can't even get their fucking updates right on fucking Windows, let alone with Windows 11. Let alone all the fucking massive issues they had over the years, right? I mean, come on. And then you look at Activision, this is the same fucking company that fucked over Call of Duty for years. So it's just kind of crazy how, like, there's so many fucking similarities to the WoW situations, and you compare it here, it's kind of nuts. Also, chat, I'm trying to forgive me if there is any ads. I do apologize that are happening off the rip. We already went over that whole like pre-roll and all that shit that's going on. But if anybody, if you do have Twitch Primes, much love to you. We're on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, so you won't miss anything if you go to Kick or YouTube. If you just want to ignore Twitch ads as well. But Twitch has the better quality because we play the music, we have the transitions, all the fun stuff. You know what it is. Lock it in. But I appreciate your support. Let's see. Classic Plus. Oh, we all Turtle Arm. Swallow up your wallet. We're talking about Blizzard. Yeah. Class Plus can buy Turtle WoW and implement the content would be nice. I wish they did. Unfortunately, they don't want to do anything with private. They don't want to do anything with private creators because they just want to take their ideas and implement it and call it Classic Plus. They don't want to have to do anything on their own that's super innovative, which I'm sure they more than likely will. But for the majority part, if you could take someone else's fucking ideas and then just put it on your fucking Control-C, Control-V it, you know what I mean? Like, that's an easier scene for them. That's an easier, like, day's work for them. They could rip off so much and then twist it and then call it their own. You know, a.k.a. sleeping bags from Tents and Turtle WoW, right? Sleeping bags and sod. It's the same shit. There's too wide of a player base. Retail and Classic are nearly completely different games. Let's see. And Blizzard does a piss poor job clear defining this. Yeah, for sure. I agree, dog. I agree. Hold on, chat. Let's get some Witcher music or some shit. Actually, you know what? Listen to this. Yeah. Hold up. One sec, chat. 1 second, amigos. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, amigos. There we go. We're macking and chilling, chat. We're macking, boys. It's like the authors who have great stories and the cinema producer who wants to make their books fucking turns out around to make an absolute mess and destroy the community who liked it. Yeah, this has happened many times. There's definitely a crowd for Cat and Mop Legion, just like there's a crowd for Vanilla Classic Plus. Yeah, of course. There's crowds for everything, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, there's a crowd in the wheelchair Olympics. You know, I mean, everybody can fucking... There's a crowd for every single thing. Now, whether that crowd is more liked than, you know, one or the other, it is what it is, right? I will tell you, you know, as far as, like, you know, a classic enjoyer, all that things that I'm seeing over there of what Blizzard's providing is not really, the scene that I think World of Warcraft should be in right now. But then again, you know, money talks and bullshit walks, right? Hey, have a good night. Have a good night, gaming. Much love, big dog. Much love. Let's see. I miss the gaming scene from the 90s. I do too. I really do too. There was a lot of good times then. Blizzard just allowed to create custom servers on their official game. You guys get me? Like modding official WoW. I mean, hey, we talked about this the other day about like UGC style stuff. It'd be very cool. It would be very cool. And honestly, you would see so many different creators and so many different, like, you know, popular servers. And, like, you know, we can compare it to like this. When we were watching those videos by Jack Frags yesterday, remember those videos we were watching, chat? We were watching the Battlefield 6 one, right? Talking about some stuff. If you think about it like this, right? How can I word it? In Battlefield 6, or even the older Battlefields, you know the server browser that you can do? And people would see some really popular fan-made community servers, you know? And actual cool things that they're doing in those community servers. So most part, you would favorite those community servers because you'd be like, holy shit, this community server is popping off. I've been on this server for like 6-8 months, and it's always a good time. The server's always fun. They work it well, there's good resets, there's always a good cycle of maps, people have fun on here, there's good modes. This is a good community server, and it's the reason why people love that on Battlefield, because like that's what's popular for them. And I really feel like Blizzard can learn from that, where it's like, holy shit, if we can have our community build and help us, maybe trusting our community is the ultimate key after all. I just don't think they're looking at it from that perspective, because they just want to see all the private server scene right now. They think in their mind that the best idea is to just try to fucking pack everybody up, take their ideas, put it on their fucking project list, and then just remix them, and then provide us a Classic Plus, and then everybody's hyped again. You know, everyone's, oh shit, Classic Plus, it's here. But it really just seems like it's a lazy approach, you know? It's a very lazy approach rather than trying to fucking, you know, actually do something with other people. And even their community. Even us as a community, right? Those executives at Microsoft don't know a thing about WoW or give a shit. They just care about the money. Looks like, yeah, it's always about money. It's always about money no matter what, right? That's the goal, you know. And I think we all get that now. For a long time, we understand that. Classic Plus will be hype phase 1. Then will be mad. People will be mad phase 2 when the loggers take over invite. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and honestly, and I'm gonna tell you right now, if they don't do anything about RMT, Classic Plus is gonna be fucking packed in like probably 2 to 3 months. Mark my words. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Much love. Thank you. Have we passed the peak internet years without even knowing? Yeah, I think so, man. I think so. What's good, Smear? I want to see Blizz get booed off stage when they announced their Classic was Blizz gonna let him make it happen. That'd be funny as fuck. If Quake Live didn't allow people to host theirs, it would have been dead. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, we could have paid the sub happily if they allowed community servers. Yeah. Thank you for follow. This shit is gonna happen no matter if they want it to be or not. The barrier to do this type of stuff is lowering every day. I see what you mean. I mean, old school Steam servers from Counter-Strike Day, and yeah, I remember those. Yo, Beathage, I remember that. That's actually you locked a core memory, dog. Lean to a new revenue stream. It's greedy. Let's just call it spade a spade. No, it is. Hey, Evan, what's good, big dog? Primes are on. Thank you. Much love, chat. Much love. Shout out to Evan Hart, chat. He had a good video today. Talking about the situation. And also, chat, you know what's a fucked up part too? Like, even if you go to the classic WoW scene right now, even if you just like look at like, you know, the YouTube side alone, right? Like every day, like let me explain it like this. Let me take a step back and not like sound like a fucking egotistical asshole, right? Or just sound like some complete dickhead, because I'm a fucking, you know, player and a person before all this content shit. If I were to go on YouTube every day as a regular fucking individual, I wake up in the morning, I go on my phone, I'm like, all right, what's going on in the world right now? You know, I'm scrolling. And the first thing I see on YouTube is my gaming feed, because I'm a WoW player like you guys, right? And all I see is Project Epoch getting shut down. And that's the only news we got. There's no other news from classic developers. Nothing. That's all we have. Do you realize how sad that sounds? Do y'all hear how sad that sounds? Like, that's so sad. It really is sad. It sucks. It sucks to say that. And the unfortunate part is that even the creators don't want to be making content like that. I'd rather myself make content about like the positives and all the cool shit that's going on. But it's because it's not even just the developers. It's that Microsoft and Activision is not pushing Blizzard to have the freedom they need to have to do cool shit. You know what I'm saying? It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. First time chatters, Blizzard hate modders and don't no more user content. Yeah, I think it's stupid though. I think it's dumb. If anything, you can't let just one thing in the past base your entire identity for the future. I think it's a bad move by Blizzard, personally. I think that it's going to shoot them in the foot, and it's going to hurt them more than anything. And mark my words right now, when Classic Plus does happen, and I see where Hungry just said RMT was so insane at anniversary, mark my words right now. Wait till RMT on Classic Plus. Wait till RMT on Classic Plus, chat. Mark my words. I'll say it right now. Mark my words, dog. It's going to be bad. It's going to be very bad. Storm said, I'd play official servers, even no class, if they just take care of RMT. Yeah, I'd play any if they just took care of RMT, bot mafia, and boosting services over and over and over again. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's just the truth. He said, Sasha said YouTubers ruined it. I think it wasn't just YouTubers, though. Because you have to understand, YouTubers are just the content creators because they are passionate about the game that they play, too. If the game wasn't dog shit, you wouldn't see YouTubers talking about it. Unfortunately, the game is dog shit. Unfortunately, the creators are basing their things off the developers, which the developers are basing their things off of upper management, and upper management's telling their suit ends. You know what I mean? Like, it's one big trail, right? And it just sucks that that's the way it is. Because let me tell you something. In the beginning, like, when I was doing a lot of things on my channel, I never talked about just fucking, like, oh, Blizzard's fucking up, trashing this. No, I always recommended, like, oh, this is a cool change you should consider. This is something that we're going through with the phase. Here's some guides. Here's some, you know, data that we're seeing right now with classes. You get what I'm saying? But this is the current state that we're in right now. So there's nothing else that, you know, a lot of classic content creators have to go off from. So it seems more a dog-eat-dog world more than anything, you feel me? What's up, Pop? Shout out to Papatello. Papatello's in chat. Thank you. We'll see Pops tomorrow. Much love. Go Yankees. Shout out to my Pops. He always watches. Shout out to Pops. Maybe they aren't cooking anything. They just want to steal turtle. That's why they don't want to talk. Yeah, I know. I know you need the drama and the views, but you brought it up. No. I mean, well, here's the thing. Like, you're absolutely right. The reason I brought it up is because it's an important thing that I'm passionate about. Like, I care about servers that actually want to do more for the classic scene that the actual fucking classic team is working on right now. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just the truth. I'm not trying to bash the developers of the classic team and say they're bad, but I just think it's fucking sad that we're in a world right now where a company who makes $9 billion a year is not only failing on Blizzard, they're failing in Call of Duty, okay? Several Call of Duties are fucking getting packed up for the past several years. People are tired of the fucking corny shit that we're seeing. You have people going over to Battlefield now, going into EA, out of all companies, and saying it's about to fucking turn up. You have the most disliked fucking retail trailers of all time that we've seen, if not one of them. A horrible botched launch. I mean, the list goes on. Like, it's these are facts. This is the truth. And people, you know, you could defend Blizzard all you want. I'm telling you the truth. If you're trying to, like, if people try to sit here and tell me, because I've had these people in my comments, if they try to sit here and tell me that Blizzard is cooking right now, Blizzard's truly cooking in terms of quality, please go back to fucking 2004 and 2005. Please go back to, you know, TBC before fucking Wrath of the Lich King got brought into 2008 with everything going on with Activision becoming an acquisition with Blizzard. Before, when Vendetti Entertainment was making games for World of Warcraft, not Blizzard. Then you'll understand the peak in the quality. You'll see what I mean about the passion and the excitement. Let's see. If you make a MOP video or anniversary, no one cares. You're looking at sub 1K views. Yeah, MOP sucks. No, who cares about MOP? MOP is not something that I want to be fucking remembered by on my channel. For me personally, if you're an individual, if you're even a content creator who's making Mr. Pandaria content and you don't like retail, but you're playing MOP, that is the most fucking hypocritical shit, in my opinion. Because retail is, in my opinion, and I'm just being honest, is a more polished game than Mr. Pandaria. And you're getting led right back into retail. That's what they're trying to do. And it's no hate to, because I know creators who do this. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know creators who do this. Like, for example, I'll say right now, Kago. I love Kago games. I think Kago is a great creator. I remember making videos. He was one of the fucking last remaining guards in Season of Discovery making videos for SOD. But Kago knows this too. Kago's not, you know, dumb about this. He knows. He's aware of this shit. He's aware of it. He just does it because that's what he does. It's for his channel. It's what's best for him. So I'll never hate on his bag. He chases bag, and, you know, much love to him. Let's see. RMT is all in games is bad right now. Yeah, it's all over the place. Not RMT, but the bots and gold farm mafias will make it hell. Yeah, no. Tells the most positive guy. I appreciate that, Evan. It would have been better, at least optically, if they announced Classic Plus, then started attacking P servers. Interesting. There was never a more positive guy. At least we have... thank you, Evan. I appreciate that, big dog. Let's see. At least optically, they announced class buds and start talking. I miss the days of Phase 1, even Phase 2, when everyone was so hyped. There's so much content. I love watching you and Hammer and the Comeback Kids. Yeah. I mean, I will say, though, like, those were good times. Those were good times. Sky and them left early, though. They left really early. They left, like, Phase 3. They left Phase 3, and then they never came back. They went to retail. But ask the question, though, why did they leave? They left because it was best for their channel. And I can't hate them on that. SOD was, it was a horrible decision what the devs decided to do. And it wasn't the devs that made it, you know, that decision. It was the suits that told them that they had to. They have to listen. They're just developers, right? All they're doing is working on the game. Imagine being told, oh, yo, you know what? Let me take you from your job and go work on 14 other things. You know what I mean? That's horrible. That's fucking dog shit. Nobody wants to do that. That sounds disgusting. And I know what that's like because I worked a job. You know what I mean? I worked a job, like, I've been a part of, like, an IT scene where I got fucking, literally 2 other jobs shoved on me, telling me I have to do this now for the rest of my fucking week. That's exhausting. Could you please explain why people are surprised or upset at Blizzard dealing with people stealing their IP? Honestly, do not get it, besides maybe an emotional response, thanks. Well, basically, the reason why people are upset, it's not, and I think this is where people are, in the comments, they're not understanding these things. You know, I've seen very bad comparisons. I said this yesterday too. When you have a person outside, right? And you have to understand, I'm from, you know, I'm East Coast based, so I'm from Jersey, right? I've seen this many times in New York and Jersey, where I come from, where I see a motherfucker making a lemonade stand, right? And they're making the, you know, some banging ass lemonade on a hot ass day. Maybe they've been doing this for weeks now, and people love this guy over here. He's cooking a great ass lemonade stand, you know, he's crafting some good things. But unfortunately, his brand is called the same shop brand as somebody else. But it's better quality lemonade, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, hey, it's better quality fucking lemonade. Maybe he doesn't got that permit, but you could see the passion there, and I respect that. You know what I mean? Because he's just chasing his bag, but at the same time, he's doing something, you know, a nice service for the community on that hot-ass day or those hot-ass weeks, and I respect it. Now, all of a sudden, you know, some Karen, a fat white lady, comes out of nowhere in her Honda, you know, her little fucking, or Toyota Ravager, or whatever she's in, and she says, that guy right there is hurting the community. That guy right there, pack him up, send the cops. That's how Blizzard feels right now, where they're just becoming the fun police. You get what I'm saying? He doesn't have a permit. That guy right there, get rid of him. You get what I'm saying? Like, lock him up. That's how it feels, you know? That's how it feels, and I feel like it's just truly disgusting, you know? And I feel, more than anything, it's not about the, you know, oh God, you know, Everlook got packed up. Oh, there was nothing new there anyways, or whatever. I don't know the true things. I wasn't there in those private servers. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to tell you what's going on. I've been doing that for the past several weeks, you know. I keep people up to date with news because there's nothing else to talk about. What am I going to talk about? Classic WoW Paladin guides? Like I used to? You know what I'm saying? I can't do that. Don't worry, I see the link, Michael. I see the link, Michael. I'll check it out. Comeback Kids left because Phase 3 was garbage. Yeah, Phase 3 was garbage. Of course, we know that. Yeah, I hear Ascension is going back up on our servers, but yeah, I don't know what's going to happen next. Yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, we'll see what happens. SOD Phase 8 was fun time. Yeah, I had a great time. And the one thing I give credit to the, you know, the team was that I really did enjoy Phase 7 with Nax. I had a good time in Phase 8, and, like, I hope maybe they, you know, take some inspiration of those, like, you know, phases and see what they could do in the future, whatever they do, right? I don't know. You know, I'm not the developer, but I could tell you I had fun, right? And having fun is a good sign, right? But some people's fun is other people's, like, annoyance, right? So I can understand it. Lock him up. Yeah, what's good, Blanco? What's poppin', Doug? I'm just staying on Turtle until it dies. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. I told my chat last night, too. Bro, I'm playing on the low, dog. Not Turtle. I'm playing Epoch on the low. I'm not here promoting it. I'm not here fucking, you know, playing on stream. I'm doing my thing. You know, we talk shit, we watch videos, we look at articles. That's what I do, chat. You know what I'm saying? Aren't you selling boosts on in Annie to tell? Yeah, I'm selling boosts. Yes. I'm doing Big Mage Mara boost. Big Mage Super Duper Mara boost. I appreciate you. Much love, chat. Also, guys, thank you guys so much for joining YouTube and stream. Right now, we got like 50 you motherfuckers on YouTube. That's crazy. And 26. I appreciate it. And I can't tell with Kick because Kick never shows me anything, but I appreciate y'all, man. Much love, big dog. Without you guys, there wouldn't be no community here. Also, chat, Explanation Discord on Twitch if y'all want to join the Discord. We got a brand new club Discord we just made. It's for, you know, everybody in the community here. So I'll just put it here, chat, on all 3 platforms. You'll probably see a message get sent now. You could join it. Explanation Discord. It's the, you know, Tello Club. We got some, mods in there. We got some VIPs who are joining up, other content creators as well. And it's a safe place, y'all can all have a good fucking time. Share some shit that you want to see me react to on a daily basis. Any drama going on in the world, any bullshit. We go from there, We go from there, boys. But I think, I think the best way is, like, just do what you want, man. Honestly, I'm not here to, tell you not to play Turtle Wow. I'm not here to tell you not to play Epoch. Play that shit until the fucking wheels go off. Because at the end of the day, what else is fucking gonna Blizzard provide us? Classic plush? They're gonna provide us classic plush, chat. They're gonna provide it. It's coming any day now, chat. They're cooking. They're cooking. Last time I heard they cooked a hot dog, they burned it. I didn't even know you can burn a hot dog. Kind of crazy. I saw that glizzy, and I was like, wow. They're burning the glizzies, chat. They're burning the glizzies. Kind of crazy. Fake news. Fake news. Every time I see a negative comment, CIA operative. It's a Blizzard shaft enjoyer. They love dicks, chat. Full on gay. It's kind of crazy. Full on gay. No big deal. Don't judge it. But they are. You gotta call it if the shoe fits, chat. If the shoe fits. Yep. I legit unsubbed from WoW after they went after T. Yeah, dude, I unsubbed literally a week ago, bro. I unsubbed a week ago. I haven't. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I literally only been playing Project Epoch on the low, playing my mage, doing the fucking PvP brackets, and just chilling, bro. That's all I've been doing, dog. I've been playing my boy Izzy and Spill, and that's it. That is it. Make a video, walk with my mom, throw some football, throw some dots, and that's it. That's all I've been doing. On God is my witness. I've not even subbed to fucking Blizzard, bro. I might be enemy number 1 on their fucking list now. They might not like me anymore, and that's fine. Can't be honest with you. Here's the best part. Get ready for it. I couldn't give a fuck. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I do not care anymore. What I care about is growing my community and my channel and making fun shit. Making cool content. I don't need to cater to dudes in suits who walk around and fucking with millions of dollars in shares a month. You know what I mean? I don't care. I never did. I never got one interview from Season of Discovery. Never asked for one. I've talked with devs, and that's about it. I've had good conversations with devs. That's about it. But I've never fucking had interviews and suckered up and say, oh, I'm trying to be Captain Blizzard here. Nobody gives a fuck about that. So why should I? This is the same company that killed Diablo 4, that fucking makes Diablo a shit show, an over microtransaction shit fest. This is the same company that said, why you guys don't have phones and play fucking Diablo Immortal. Like, huh? This is the same company that talks about terms of service. TOS is our main priority to upstand our reputation in making sure that our game holds a true nature to all classic enjoyers. But meanwhile, you cater to the Chinese. Huh? It doesn't make sense. So, fuck Blizzard in the note when you said, end your sub. I said, I will send my money to Turtle Wild stuff. True, bro. Lock in. Bro, let me see. Sub to Blizz next day, lawsuit to Turtle Wild. Yeah, it's crazy. Fake football. Fake news. Watch out. Some, what? Thoughts? Oh, shit. I unsubbed when I saw the $90 amount. Yeah, that was disgusting when they started doing that shit, bro. I remember. My most significant issues with Microsoft Blizzard are how they treat their players, their double standards and forced TOS, and how they allow the community to tear itself apart. Cancel my sub with them. Even though I still have the game time until May, I will not go back. Yeah, I canceled my shit. My game time ended September... Was it September 3rd or something like that? My shit ended already, so I'm done. I'm good. I no longer am entertained by Blizzard Entertainment. They've removed the entertainment in Blizzard Entertainment. Sorry. Keep it real. Thank you, Chronic. The interviewer's Eben. Yeah, I mean, Eben chases his bag, man. Once again, I don't hate people that chase their bag. I just am not a fan of where Blizzard has put us as a community, you know? And all of us, we're just looking for a home. We're looking for that next thing to make us excited again, you know? When we get off of work or whatever we're doing and you come home and you're busting your ass all day and you're like, man, I can't wait to get on the game. I'm so excited to play a game. Like, I'm actually, like, itching to do the next quest. I'm itching to get the next level. I'm itching to do a dungeon. I'm itching to do something refreshing is missing in Blizzard. The itch is missing, chat. The passion. And this is why I talk about these things, is because I am on the side of the player. And even though some people look at me as a fucking villain in the community, maybe if people think I'm uninformed, they think I'm this person they want to make me out to be. That's fine, make me out to be whatever you want. At the end of the day, I'm going to keep fighting the good fight, and I'm going to keep vocalizing things that I see I have problems with. And I'm going to keep doing that. I think it's right. And I'm not going to stand on the side of injustice. I'm not going to stand on the side of, dick sucking and catering to corporate people in suits. I'm going to stand on the side to the player who clearly wants to see some fucking good shit and have fun. That's the side I'm going to stand on. That's the righteous side. That's the side of the light, and that's what I'm going to really stand on. I think that's something that they forgot for so long. Is that Blizzard, you guys, let me remind something to you, if any of you devs probably watch, because I know you pocket watch streamers, and I know you pocket watch private servers too. I'm not stupid, no one's fucking retarded. But I'll tell you this, when you cater to your community and you care about your players, you actually see some amazing things happen. And when you actually give the power to the players, you might even see some power in your fucking bank account every now and then. It's not the other way around. So, just keeping it a buck, My itch gets hit by a Harker Plus slow and steady on turn. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Feel ya? Yeah. What is better for you, my man, tier 1 here, or members on YouTube want to support? Anything, brother. YouTube's good. Twitch is great. If you want to do Twitch, that'd be awesome. Twitch is awesome, Twitch and Kick are the best. I'm not gonna lie. Kick pays the most, definitely with their sub. But Twitch is I would say like the second best. But I appreciate it. Any love and support. Like I do this for you guys at the end of the day, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. So like everything that we do here is mainly just for us to have a conversation, whether it's a voice in the background and just macking for a couple hours. I appreciate all the love. Thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, chat, and thank you for supporting. You don't need to. This is mainly just for us to, go live, shoot the shit. I'm not out here doing that shit. I know it can be annoying, too, with the Twitch ads. That's why I stream on 3 different platforms now, because I think it's cool to have people just being able to, see different things all around. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love, dog. I appreciate the love, dog. Much love, dog. Much love. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just want something that excites me to play. Yeah, I know. Same, bro. The amount of times I log into Anniversary, run around Stormwind for 1 minute, then log off because there's nothing new or fun to do is crazy. I know, dude. And you know what's crazy? Do you guys remember Asmund, bro, back then, bro? How many times he just logged on, ran around Stormwind, and then logged off? Jesus, everybody remember that? I know we all watched Asmund here, bro. We all watched Zach back in the day, dog. It's okay. Yeah, I know. We're here. Trust me. I remember all the time watching it, dog. Like him, like I literally would watch him bitch about WoW for like hours, run around Stormwind, log off. Like literally log off. Or he would raid, be very annoyed with a fucking raid, hang around Stormwind, bitch for like an hour or two, log off. You know what I mean? That's funny, Doug. It's so funny. We all, it's not gonna lie. So. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's just, that's the thing, about Epoch in the current situation right now. It's like, we just don't know if it's going to last, man, forever. And this is like the warnings that I've been trying to give, and it really seems like more than ever, Blizzard is on the initiative of attacking, and it's not Blizzard, and I hate to even say their fucking name at this point. Fuck that name. It's Microsoft is on the attack. So let's stop saying Blizzard. It's Microsoft that's on the attack now. Constant attack. Constant fucking relentless fucking bursts. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, us older guys, not as much, but all my guildies on an E-Plock, they're all quitting, and unsubbing the Blizzard community is mad. Yeah, I know, dude. It's bad, bro. It's fucking bad, dude. It's really bad. Sword this time, 100%. Sword? Oh yeah. But As would always be like, listen, boys, it's dropping right now. 100%. It's so fucking retarded, bro. I hope Zach's doing alright, too. I heard what happened with him and his dad, man. That's a sad thing, bro. And I know we talked about it a little bit the other day on stream, and I really hope the best for him, because he's a good dude, man. Regardless of, like, how he views his political things in the world, the boy's a son, and he's not a horrible guy. I'm not going to say anything bad. Senshin TY are Russian. This isn't gonna be easy for Blizz. Yeah, maybe. Remember Gus? I don't know if I remember, Sasha. I'm sorry. You gotta remember, I'm a little retarded. Forgive me. Forgive me. I would need some remembrance. You limit all the competition. You have a captive audience. Yeah, not for real. Thank you for locking it in, chat. And I appreciate all you guys. Much love for being here. Thank you for everything. We have the Discord you guys can join too, the club, where you guys can share your media and stuff that's going on in the world. Early posts you want me to, you know, go over, make a video. Maybe I'll also give you guys credit, which I want to do that. I actually want like a credit thing to all those who are like, you know, supporting. Maybe do like a credit list for the people in the video. Make some shout outs to all you guys. Maybe we'll put you in the outro as well and put you in the outro where we're dancing and shit. I have actually a vision of that. Maybe we'll do something with that. So all the credit, all the love, all the support will go to, you know, more further of the videos as well, chat. I appreciate it. Locking in. Let's see. I gotta switch to backlog and see. I'm not playing ARM team bot boosted servers Blizzard until they fix it. Yeah, and I think here's the big thing, man. You know, here's the crazy thing, dog. More than ever, I think more than ever right now, is that it's a weird situation where Blizzard has put themselves in this predicament to really just shoot themselves in the leg as a community. You feel what I'm saying? Like, they really just shot themselves in the leg. And it's pretty fucked up, man. They are really continuously doing this to themselves. And I think people, like, you know, I obviously understand, like, you know, don't get me wrong. I understand the people that are on the side of saying, you know, IP rights. I get that already. It's almost an exhausting conversation to have. Like, it's really a corny conversation to bring up over and over and over again. And I think all these individuals that say these things, they miss the point completely. It's not about the fucking rights. We know that. We get that as players. We 100% understand that. But fuck, man. You are not seeing the other side of the fence, which we're obviously fucking talking about. That is the point. You don't need to bring up the same fucking thing over and over and over again. That is the point that we're trying to talk about. Is that all the stuff that we see on servers, all the stuff that players have played on servers, are wondering why Blizzard hasn't done these things yet. And Blizzard never actually addresses these things. Where is the PR team? Where is the management? Where is the people in charge to address these things and say, you know what, these are good ideas. These are things that we want to talk about. And I'll tell you why this doesn't happen. I'll tell you why right now in a clip, chat. We're going to bring up the clip. Chat, we're going to bring up the clip. Chat, we're going to bring up the clip right now. I'll tell you why. Let me find it. Let me find it. Here it is, chat. I got the clip. This is the reason why. We're going to watch this clip together on why Blizzard doesn't, and I was going to put this in a video too, but I just want to talk about this here because I think it's important. This is really the reason why Blizzard doesn't fucking share shit with people. And here it is. And this is how they go about their motions every fucking day. Here it is, chat. Let me get my webcam up so we can react to it. This is the truth.
This is probably the reason why Blizzard fell off. You remember that dinner we went to? It was me, you, S-Fan, Asman.
They really did that.
So essentially, what was we had a dinner with like these two guys from Blizzard, telling us what it would take for us to work with them on their terms. Because they were like, oh, if you guys want this from us, talking about, let's say, being able to stream at BlizzCon, well, then you have to change your content, you have to do it this way, and you have to say this sort of stuff. It was me, you, Asman, and S-Fan, right?
Yeah.
I think it was. And the guy was like pretty much lecturing us on how like we're
a problem.
So he was like, yeah, I don't want to like pointed at Asman was like, and maybe Zach can talk about this at some point. I don't like you for this reason. S-Fan, you're okay. Chance, I don't like you for this reason. And he looked at me and says, I don't like you because you're friends with him.
Yeah. And Blizzard just did not like their streamers.
They didn't.
Again, to be fair,
Correct.
I was calling their customer support and I was trolling. In fact, they even said I might have been a reason why they had to take away customer support.
But that is the truth, though. That is the truth. And this is exactly what I wanted to show in the next video, which you guys are getting a sneak peek. Maybe we'll even put this in the video since we have the good mic we're talking with right now. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I am talking about in full context for you guys to see. Blizzard does not care about their audience because it's no longer Blizzard anymore that we're dealing with. This is Microsoft we are dealing with. This is Activision we're dealing with. They pick and choose who they like. When it comes to interviews, they pick and choose what the person on the interview can say. If Ebenhart was still here, he can attest for that. Hammer Dance can attest for that. We are limited on the freedom of what we want to ask these fucking guys. And I've never got an interview before. Never do I want one either way. Because I don't want to support a person or a fucking group of people that don't let people ask what they really want to talk about. The hard-hitting questions. The actual general journalism that needs to be asked. And you have people like this that is clear as day, who are older people in the generation. Older, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that, Chronic. Much love. People like this, who are older people in the generation, that fight for this stuff. And you see them. They were bitching about this shit a long time ago. And they still haven't done anything yet. They still pick and choose what they want to talk about. They still pick and choose what people are allowed to say. They pick and choose their streamers as well. It's crazy. It's crazy, chat. Classic was not really risk. SOD was popular. 44. SOD was popular. 44k or 44k players. Sorry, I can't read. On Turtle, it'd be 10 times that on the official server. Yeah, maybe. Nah, dude, I'm gonna be honest. All of those guys suck. I understand Blizzard's stance on them. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. As far as stealing their assets, that's relatively simple. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, we know this. IP, this is like the typical excuse of what these like fucking Blizzard shaft enjoyers say. It's their IP. What do you not get? It's their IP. What do you not get, you bozo fuck? Do you keep gobbling up this fucking corny ass shit that everybody knows is fucking retarded? You keep gobbling it up and continue giving them a company. And Sasha says here, let it die then, god damn it. Do you think people are going to let it die, Sasha, because you just said something? It's not going to happen. Even if I were not to make videos anymore, Sasha, right? Let me explain something to you. Even if I weren't to make videos anymore, I weren't to make content on WoW anymore. You, me, it's not changing a damn thing. But at least I can use my audience and try to make awareness to something. That's what I do. I decide to fight for it, but I'm not going to quit. So maybe, yeah, in your eyes, let it die. I wish fucking things would change. Die is a whole different thing, but I wish things would change. But it won't die. Because people keep funding into this. People keep siding on the side of Blizzard. They love the taste of the shaft. They can't get enough of it. And you have people like NMP, Soda, all these guys who realize that Blizzard really doesn't give a fuck about their culture. They don't care about their creators. They don't care about the community. They do what's best for this chat. You feel me? Cash money. That's what they do. And it's not Blizzard anymore. It's Microsoft. Let's stop saying this. People need to stop shilling about digital IP. AI's gobbling up everything, and these same companies are doing it. Yeah, it's a retarded stance, and I don't like the stance that people are taking because they're doing it because they think they're gonna get like a fucking paid sponsorship. They think they're gonna get some fucking paid deal to work with Blizzard. The most Blizzard will do for you guys is make you a janitor one day. You know what I mean? You're not working on the fucking team by shilling for them the rest of your life. That's not how the cookie crumbles. Like, you can't fucking keep shilling the rest of your life and thinking Blizzard's gonna acknowledge you. It's not the way how things work. When you want change, you gotta fight for it. That's as simple as that. China itself will keep WoW running. They're double our pop and stuff. Dude, China itself is bigger than retail and fucking classic alone. Like, they are massive. The US community doesn't understand that. That's why when I see all this dumbass argument of like defending retail or defending Anniversary or defending any of this shit, you look at China, they are massive. Like, out of this world. GDKPs are rampant. That's all they have over there. It's like people don't understand this. We are a pimple on a camel's ass in comparison to China. Think about that. We are a pimple on a camel's ass in comparison to China. It's actually fucking insane. But it's insane. Everything over there, all the shit that people bitch about over here in the US. Oh, GDKPs, all this shit. It's all just normal over there. They just play the fucking game, GDKPs, to the fucking ceiling, and they don't care. They just experience it. You know what I mean? They're way bigger than us. Way bigger. No lie, I'll laugh if I see Classic comes out, bots up the ass, cheaters, RMT, worst cash shop, level boost, godface. Yeah, I fucking hate Blizzard when it comes to that. Because I think that's what's going to happen, dog. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to get fucking classic shops, we're going to get WoW tokens, we're going to get RMT, we're going to get bots, and yo, people are going to be hyped. Classic Plus hype, dog. Hype is going to be lit, chat. So much hype, dog. The devs are cooking, chat. The devs are cooking. The typical fucking shaft enjoyers. It's insane. Yeah, the one thing I did like about Diablo 4 was the campfire chat. I just don't understand why Blizzard doesn't do that. Where's their campfire chat? I've been bitching about that since the beginning of Season of Discovery. I think it would be a good idea. And they started to do like little glimpses of it on their channel, but it was never like an official live thing, you know what I mean? Which I was like, bro, I don't understand. Like, why do we not have a live chat of, or not a live chat, but like, well, yeah, it is a live chat, but of you guys doing some type of like monthly stream, or every 3 months you do a stream. Bare minimum. Like, we're not asking for like, oh, do a stream every fucking week, but bare minimum. We're US subs. Let's see. Yeah, China has 1.9 million classic subs and 3.8 million in retail. Where US subs are just 1.9 million total for both versions. Yeah, Blade, 100%. You are absolutely right. It's fucking insane. That's what I'm trying to say. We are literally a fraction of what World of Warcraft is. People like to say, oh, we're the majority of the player base. We're not. We're not. You think they're going to cater to just the US? Oh, no wonder why they cater to China. They love China. China literally makes Blizzard, bro. It makes them. It makes this company. It's just the truth. Microsoft, WoW is a mobile gacha game now. Everything's set up solo RPG, one button rotation, DPS. You can even pay through their tokens, buy transblock. Yeah, I know about this. We're reading Mythic Plus is different, coping hard. You just use the one button rotation in the Starship add-ons to play the game for you. You just install auto battle / play and put it on all consoles. Yeah, it's insane, dude. It's insane. 400 gold flasks each. Hell yeah, dude, that'd be sick. Fuck it. Let's make it 800 gold. Oh shit. I'm done. Nah, I feel you, man. And you know what's fucked up too? You know what's fucked up, chat? You know what the crazy part is, man? BOE is for 2K and classic shit. You know what's fucked up too, chat? Here's the craziest part. Pandaria exists because of China. No, I agree. Yeah. Because of fucking, Mr. Pandaria. It's because they wanted to cater. Obviously pandas are already something that existed in Warcraft 3, but they wanted to cater towards China, and also Blood Elves were catered for in the Chinese as well. But regardless of that, you know what's crazy too? How is it that you have a team, right? And here's the one team in Blizzard that does good, and I'll give them credit. I think, and I'm going to look up the name of the team. Let me look it up real quick so I have this information correct before I speak out my ass. Team from where? Let's see this. So Blizzard Albany. There's a company in Blizzard called, I think they're called Voracious Visions, which was a subsidiary that was later fully absorbed into Blizzard's corporate structure and known as Blizzard Albany now. Blizzard Albany is a company that works on Diablo 2 Resurrected. They are probably the only fucking company or the only internal studio that actually provides quality. Probably the only one. Who else is providing anything of quality within Blizzard? Because I don't see it. And it's a reason why I actually have respect for Diablo 2 Resurrected. And we might start playing it on stream too, I'm not going to lie. Might start picking it up again, maybe go hammered in, we'll see. But this is the only group of people. Yeah, and they provide. Literally, there was like a new season, I think. What was the one guy on YouTube? He's like the most popular Diablo 2 Resurrected creator. I forgot his name. Really cool dude. It's like him and his girlfriend on a stream sometimes. I forget. He does Diablo 2 content mainly. It's like his... Yeah, I think it might be him. Let me look up his name on YouTube real quick. Mr. Llama? Is that him? Yeah, dude, I love this guy, bro. Chat, this is him. I love this guy, bro. This guy, dude, he is nothing but passionate and informative, and he just loves his fucking game, dog. What a cool dude. Riker. Chat, remember we did that yesterday where it was like, hey, everybody, it's Riker here. I just like the way he says that. That's it, chat. That's it. Nothing else. That's it. Bikini covered in blood from the monsters they slay. That sounds hot. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's fine for what they do. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I have no hate on what people enjoy. You know, if they enjoy any version of WoW, that's on them. My only support and the things I fight for is for classic community. You know, I really want to see the classic community be in a place where we can be satisfied to get on the game and feel like that this game has permanence, and we're not always constantly having to get baited back into every other version of WoW. Like, this is the biggest thing that I just... What's good, Biggie? What's good? This is the biggest thing that I just can't believe, where it's like, mainly like, bro, we are on this ride right now. We're on this roller coaster of getting baited back into the same versions of WoW over and over and over again. It's this endless slop. It's this endless, like, loop. It's almost like, you remember Doctor Strange when he's like, Dormammu, I've came to bargain. Dormammu, I've came to bargain. It's literally that. Over and over and over and over again. And it's not even to the point where it's like, oh, we're re-releasing Skyrim for the 50th time. At least with Skyrim, people have mods and UGC there. They could fucking spice up their versions of every iteration of, you know, their playthrough. This is what we're going through, is the same thing over and over and over again. It's an endless Izanagi, you know, like an Izanami, like from Naruto. It's the loop, is what I'm saying. And people are not realizing they're in the loop. You gotta snap out of the loop to realize you're in the loop. You get what I'm saying? Like, don't, and exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, everything is gonna be fucking, oh shit, WoD's coming, Shadowlands is coming, BFA's coming, Legion's coming, this version's coming, I'm coming, don't come. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just ridiculous, bro. And then, you know, we go over here to the news stuff and everything that's going on. And yeah, you see people are over here talking about it. Obviously on Reddit, everybody's going over everything. Like, the Reddit threads are just talking about how, like, you know, Ascension's gonna pick everything up. Supposedly Dutch and Ascension, the recent news about Epoch, how, you know, they're gonna pick it up and they don't give a shit because they're, you know, having their servers here, and there. And my whole point is this, man. My biggest thing, more than anything, is that since Microsoft, I'm not even going to call them Blizzard anymore, since Microsoft is going on this rampage of attacking, this is going to keep alienating more of your players. And people don't realize the grand scheme of these things. People don't also realize how many people are playing on private servers. There are a lot of fucking people playing on a fucking crazy amount of private servers. It's actually an insane, alarming number. To the point where obviously Blizzard talked about their lawsuit and the amount of hundreds of thousands of damage they fucking, you know, got involved with Turtle WoW, right? And how much Turtle WoW's hurt them. And then you come over here to their fucking private server list, chat. This is the official private server list of 4 years ago. And I'm just going to keep scrolling. I just want you to understand. I'm going to keep scrolling on how many fucking private servers there is, chat. Now, yeah, maybe not every fucking private server is packed to the wazoo, right? But still. People, and there's probably more than this, just this list now, from a year ago. Or this was 4 years ago, actually. So this list is probably outdated. What I'm saying is that the attack on the private server world is an attack on players that once were WoW players. Players that are tired of RMT. They're tired of the hypocrisy that exists within World of Warcraft. What's good, Marino? How you doing, big dog? It just happens, man. You know what I mean? It's complete hypocrisy. Yeah, Ricky, what's good, dog? Unless Blizzard makes a plus like RuneScape where community votes on shit, never gonna be any good. Yeah, I agree, dog. Like, the fact that there is no, like, how do we as a company not learn from RuneScape? They vote on things. They are together. Developer and player are like this. Like this. You know what I'm saying? They're tight. Meanwhile, hold up. Let me pump the brake, though. Let me pump the brake. Ready? Get ready for this, chat. Get ready. Hold on now. Where's the announcement on Nax and Anniversary? Where's the roadmap for where your classic players are going? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, this is like corny shit that I even have to bring up. I'm just saying this is corny shit. We can't even get an announcement out of people without having to fucking run uphill. It's very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing. Most private servers have 2 to 75k pop, and they have to shut down hundreds. Let me see, hundreds without us knowing it. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's fucking insane. I keep telling people this. There's so many fucking private servers. Since before the real game, like, dude, it makes me sad. Yeah, aren't all sunshine and rainbows? No, yeah, I agree. And that's the one thing that is truthful. Not every private server has sunshine and rainbows. There's always some probably dark shit that's going on. There's always some type of fucking, sus shit, background shit that, is kind of scary, right? I'm not here to deny that. I'm not on the defense of saying, oh, everybody should be going to private servers. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that what the creative ideas that some of these servers are providing, that people obviously get a liking to, or there's some type of awareness that's going on, that Blizzard picks up on, they're just going to claim it and take those ideas and shove it into Classic Plus. And then say, hey, here you go, guys. Here's the Classic Plus. The creativity, the word that we were struggling with the other day, Chad, the ingenuity. I can't say it. I can't say it again. Ninja T. Ingenuity. The ingenuity. I don't even know how to pronounce it anymore. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. That's the word I was struggling with the other day. I was struggling on this word, Chad. But what I'm saying is the ultimate creation of everything like that we want to see from Blizzard is no longer there, It's been gone for so long, and they're just going to keep fighting these guys, get their ideas, remix them up a little bit, and then tell you, here's Classic Plus, and that's it. And everyone's going to be happy. Life's going to be good then. As if we've not been going through a shit show for how many years now? How many years now? Also, at the same time, how's the terms of service going to be handled on Classic Plus, chat? What do we think? Do we think the terms of service, do we think botting and RMT, chat, is going to stop in Classic Plus? Let's see, chat. Let's see what the chat has to say, actually. Do we think Classic Plus is going to stop RMT? Stop, chat. Cut the count, chat. Cut the vote. Chat, don't let them know that we're supposed to be on the side of Blizzard here, God damn it. We're supposed to be pro Blizzard, chat. We're all Shaft enjoyers. I'm just saying, bro. Like, this is the shit that why people go to private servers for. This is the reason why people decide to go through those back alleyways. Yeah, you could say what they want, oh, the fucking the copyright and all the shit. I get it already. We heard it. But you wonder why. What leads these people this way? What makes the person choose to cancel their WoW sub and play a private server? Why do they choose that? Let's really ask ourselves that. Why does the individual say to themselves one day that I am no longer going to play Anniversary or Retail or any of this, and I'm going to go play fucking Warmane? I'm going to go play a Project Epoch. I'm going to go play Turtle WoW. I'm going to go play Ascension. Why does the player continuously do this? I think we know why. I think we're well aware. And I think Blizzard at this point is becoming very deaf to loud voices. It's not good. When we wrote the TOs, we didn't realize how profitable extorting and taxing botters would be. I know, that's the truth. That's the truth, chat. Chat, that's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. Let me see. There was, what's that one? Recently in class, well, someone finding a mage, and then what was he doing? Teleport hacking and still just gaining herbs. That's just a sad state of affairs. No, I agree. Wonder why Blizzard's unable to touch Ascension WoW. I mean, here's the thing. Everything within due time, right? I'm gonna say it right now too. Maybe if I have to go back to the stream one day and clip this for a future video, let's remember this moment right here, chat. It's only a matter of time before Blizzard starts coming after the more people than we think. Whether it's Ascension or anybody else that thinks they're untouchable, it's only a matter of time. I'll say it now, and we'll leave it. We'll leave it then. And I'm not talking about players. I'm not talking about players. I'm talking about like these companies. You know what I mean? Like Ascension. You know what I mean? Actually coming after Ascension to go after Epoch, Warmane, anybody else. Anybody that is gaining traction, gaining attention, anything. Blizzard will make sure to come after them. And I think it's going to be something that's not going to be stopped. Yeah, I'm just going to say it now. Just in case I'm wrong, right? But at least I said it, right? If I come back in the stream in like a week or a couple days or a month or a year, who knows? I'll come back, mark the moment down, and be like, we said this together, chat, on September 9th of 2025. And we go from there. Yeah, I have 2 characters on Epoch. I'll be honest. I have 2 characters on Epoch. I have a paladin, and I have a mage on Epoch. In their 20s. I think 27, 26, actually. It was actually very fun playing around Hillsbrad. The Hillsbrad Foothills PvP is actually really fun over there. It's really enjoyable. There's some assholes, though, in the Alliance. But still. So recurrent sub from 2005. That's crazy, bro. Holy shit, Winter. Yeah, I don't blame you, though. There's so many... And here's the other thing, too. Here's the other problem as well. I think Blizzard doesn't realize right now that there are better games out there than World of Warcraft. We want to play World of Warcraft, but we don't want to play the version you guys are offering because the version you guys are offering is a complete shit show. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. And it's something that we want to see return back to the ways of the old. We're tired. We're exhausted, bro. It's to that point. It's like, you think people really want to sit here, bro? You think people want to sit here and make forum posts like this? You think people want to sit here and make Reddit threads about this shit? You think people actually want to do this, Blizzard? We don't want to do this. We'd rather just fucking play your video game. Why are you forcing us to be like this? This is on your hands. This is not something that, came out of the blue one day. This is on you. You guys are not providing no updates, no talk, no nothing. And I understand. There was one point where I said, I think it's smart to, have the balls to do what you guys want to do and go with it and just stay strong to your own motives. I understand that. But not once do I say stop the communication. Stop the transparency with your community. Stop talking to your people. You're choosing to do that. Not us. Not us here. Especially the people at the club. We ain't choosing that. We're all just sipping fucking, martinis and fucking watching strippers. Much love to you. We're macking. But you motherfuckers over there at Blizzard, Microsoft, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, you're choosing that. You are the ones being the enemy here. Not us, bro. Not any of us. Not any of your player base. Whether they chose to go to some private server in Indonesia or not. You're choosing to be the bad guy here. You're choosing to work or walk the steps of being complete dicks. So actually, real quick, chat, let's hit up Hammer. Let's hit up Hammer. Let's hit up Hammer. Let's hit up Hammer. Hold on. I'll hit up Hammer, see what he wants to say. Because I think Hammer said he wanted to talk some shit, chat. He wanted to talk some shit about it. So maybe we'll talk some shit with Hammer Dance. We'll see. We'll see, chat. Blizz is garbage. Almost everyone in their discords are saying they will never play with bots and RMT. Yeah, it's horrible, dude. It's horrible. Imagine if Blizzard or the Classic team actually had an actual Discord out of nowhere where they're like, oh, this is the Classic Plus Discord. Do you know how bad it would be, chat? Can you just imagine the shithole of that Discord? How bad do you think that Discord would be, chat? If the Classic devs were to say tomorrow, yo, we're opening up a Classic Plus Discord. Yo, dog. Yo. It would be bad. It wouldn't be good, is what I'm saying. I think they'd shut down the Discord. I think they would shut down the Discord immediately. It wouldn't be a good scene. I prefer official servers for the removal of uncertain, but they won't remove RNT and bots. It's not about the content, it's about their lack of care. Yeah, I think that's a big thing too, Storm. I think, honestly, it's the lack of care, it's the lack of respect. It's the lack of cadence to their community. It's so much. And that's the problem. It's the overall word right there. It's just lack. They even lack at lacking. How do you fuck up on lacking? You know what I mean? Like, bruh, it's that bad. You know, you get what I'm saying? Like, They are the kings right now currently, which is a shame because they shouldn't be, but they are the kings of being lackluster with their community, lackluster with their streamers, lackluster with excitement, enjoyment, like everything. It's so bad, bro. It's so embarrassing that that's where we're at. It really is. This will surely bring Drew's. Let me see. Karen running the show now. A white liberal Karen? Maybe. They got a Karen, chat. They got a Karen. Blizzard did with the WoW was a shit show. General Chow and Turtle DC, it was pure gold. They announced the strike on Epoch. Yeah, I saw General Chow on there. It's fucking a shit show. That's insane. Dude got me suspended from Twitch for 7 days. Damn. I guess I'll see everyone at FF14 or SOL. Fuck Blizzard. Yeah, I feel you, dog. Beak, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. It's crazy. Would be full gold farming mafias? It could be. Nep said classic WoW team should have a disc with content creators. I know Russ has one with content creators. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. To ban street snipers and cheaters. Yeah, dude. Bro, I'm telling you right now. Like, I think I'm not gonna lie. They might. I don't have hairs on my tongue, so I would personally say what I want to say. And if I were to ask the Blizzard devs questions, I would ask them questions that were personally hard hitting and hit home. Because I really want to know what's going on. Who's telling you these things? Is this something that Activision is forcing you to do, or Microsoft? Which one is it? You know, where is the trail of the shit line going further than we know? I want to know how far this shit line goes within the company. Now, I feel you, Hunter. What's the directional issue for me? I don't want to keep playing something in the year. Just make WoW class with and keep a good long reach on it. I feel you, Biggie. Quick, how do we feel about Paladins? Ooh! Yeah, I'll never get a dev interview. I'll never get one because if I... It'll never happen. Somebody said in my comments, they literally hit me in my comments today in my video. They're like, bro, like, you're all shills or some type of creators, he was saying. You're all shills and, hey, while you're at it, can you light a fire under Blizz to fix publishing StarCraft 2? I'll try, Arnold. I'll try. Thanks for the 5, man. I'll try, Arnold. I'll try. But also, thank you so much, man. You guys don't need to donate, man, or any money. I just do this shit because it's like a radio. I try to make this like a radio station thing, you know what I mean? Where we all just talk and shoot the shit and have fun, you know? We're all just macking, you know? So I think it's cool, you know, doing this style of content lately, just chatting and macking. You guys are probably playing some games and just putting it on in the background. I respect it, man. We're on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, and we also have a Discord, by the way, too, chat. Explanation Discord on Twitch. You can see the Discord, join the club, you know, recommend things to watch and stuff like that, and have a good time. That's what it's all about, baby. Much love. Much love. But chat, that is true though. We haven't done our annual FTP in a minute. Chat, what do we say about the Paladins? Actually, what do we say about Microsoft Blizzard and the Paladins, chat? What do we say about Microsoft Blizzard and the Paladins, chat, lately? There's 3 special letter word. Some may know it. Some... I think I just broke my neck. Some may know it. Some may know these words. Could we, fuck them.
I'm not a big fan of the Paladin. I'm not a big fan of the Paladin. I'm not a big fan of the Paladin. I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the Paladins. I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the Paladins. Fuck the Paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
Shut up. Shut up, chat. Shut up. True. Very true. Yeah, man. Kind of crazy. Let's see. There are creators who shills and don't push back on Blizz. Kago. I mean, listen, man. I have respect for Kago. You know, there was a time during Season of Discovery where not many people were hanging on to Sod still, and Kago was. So I have no hate. I'm not here to hate on people's back. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I will say, like, I'm just not a fan of, like, players or even creators. I don't give a fuck who it is. That continue support the product that either they said something about back in the day or against it. And I think, honestly, at the end of the day, I'd rather be real to myself and call out the situation that's going on. You know, I personally think more than anything that the current situation that we're in right now is that Blizzard is really showing their true colors on who they give a fuck about, you know? And I understand there might be up and coming creators too, you know, maybe lower than me, bigger than me, or whatever, that want to fill those shoes that Asmon left so long ago. But they're gonna realize even then that those shoes are full of shit. Those shoes are not worth it. And being on that horse is not something that you want to be on for the rest of your life, you know? And being creative, being actually, you know, inventive yourself, and continue to follow your own intuition is a much better path to take than rather than sucker up to a company who can drop you for fucking 5 cents if they chose to. They don't need to cater to any creator. As you saw right there in that video that we just watched with Nick, you know what I mean? Like, this is a pure example of exactly everything I said, chat. Even though you could say what you want about NMP, whatever, this is a pure example of what I'm saying. They do not care about content creators. You, even as players, you, me, we do not matter to them in the eyes of the beholder of Activision and Microsoft. This is true what I believe. Truly what I believe. It's fucking disgusting, bro. I'd love to become a private WoW server creator, but nowadays Blizz might try to season to... Yeah, I mean, hey, they'll do it for anyone. There are tons of content creators that will milk this dead horse to the bitter end. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, and it's not even just terms of, like, even this private server subject, but it's just the terms of, like... Here's the thing. It's like we said earlier. Excuse me. What does the classic community have to go off from right now? Where's the inspiration? Where's the creation? Where's, like, the genuine excitement to want to make fun things within the classic scene again? It's so hard because it's not there. And you have to also understand, too, I used to do this style of content. Skits, funny style content on my channel, and it was great. And you know why it was great? Is because the game was great. So when the game is great, everything else is great. When the game is bad, the players are mad. The game is affected based off the community and how they feel about the product. It's 100% the truth. If the game is not in a good position, people are not happy. Creators are not happy. People move on. Hell, look at every single person right now. OSRS. People move to politics streams. People have moved to fucking different forms of content. Some people are not even making content anymore. And what do you have left? You have left a bitter and sad and a community that's in need of something new within its classic scene. They see all the fun people are having over there on OSRS. They see all the stuff that people are doing over there. And they're like, holy shit. These guys over there on OSRS, they're getting constant updates to their game, but it's still the same product. What's happening to Classic WoW? Why are we not getting Vanilla Extended? Why are we not getting this form of Vanilla Reborn? Why are we not getting any of this? Where is it? Why is it missing? Why is it gone? Where's the inspiration? And you could say that inspiration left WoW a long time ago. It left Blizzard a long time ago. I think one of the people in chat yesterday told me there's only 2 people left that were from the original WoW team that are still on the company. There's only 2 people left. But the rest are gone. And I wonder why that is. Maybe people saw the light at the end of the tunnel much quicker than we thought, chat. Many years ago. And that's going to be the downfall of the next 10 years? Yeah. The combo of Blizz Office is Mop is over 10 years old. That's classic as fuck. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Mop classic, brother. Mop classic. Bro, just skip WoW, make it less as time. The hype from the beginning cinematic would be so big. I mean, I know a lot of... the thing is like... I think at the end of the day... People have said that they wanted WoD Classic, they want Legion, they want this. It's just going to get to the point where it's like, do we realize how ridiculous we sound? Dragonflight Classic? Chat? Does anybody want Dragonflight Classic? Does anybody want Shadowlands Classic? Any Shadowland Classic enjoyers in here? Can I get a hallelujah or amen? Does anybody want War Within Season 1 Classic? I just want Season 1 Classic, chat. I'm ready for War Within Classic. I miss when War Within was classical. Pull it, Shadowlands Classic, pull it. Bring it to the polls, chat. Bring it to the polls, chat. Can we... You guys are fucking retarded. Shadow Classic sucks. I'm just saying though, let's keep it classic. I want it traditional WoW. Traditional Shadowlands. I don't know, Midnight's not classic enough for me. That's so funny, dog. That's so funny. I mean, that is the truth though, right? That is the truth. It's like, that's like the world we live in now. You know what I mean? That's the world we live in. And it's just a shame, honestly, more than anything. It really just is a shame that that's the situation that we have to be in, where we're constantly complaining, we're constantly crying about wanting something that is like, you know, fun for us, something that's enjoyable. You know, we see that these private server people are doing that, and nobody in their right mind who actually has an intellectual fucking thought gives a fuck about the IP part. These are imbeciles who want to get hired by Blizzard, and I don't care about these people. These people literally are just born with a fucking no lack of intuition or actual creative idea in their mind, so they let Daddy Blizzard take care of everything with the retail slop that we're getting, which is an embarrassing thing, as Blizzard employees get fired left and right more than ever. It's kind of crazy. Look at the logs back at, you know, you've seen the stuff I've shown in my videos. It's true though. You know what I mean? It's just the truth. Do you think Anniversary is going to continue the circuit? Bro, I 100% think Anniversary is... Dude, they're going to go to TBC. They're going to go to RAF. They're going to try to recycle the whole thing, dude. It's going to be a rinse and repeat. It's the Skyrim treatment all over again. Except Skyrim actually has modding. It actually has UGC. It actually has a community over there that tries to spice it up, to give a different feeling to every playthrough. What are you going to get that's so different over there in the classic scene? Small changes to TBC? They can't change much over there. They're not going to. It's going to be the same thing. Give me Arthur's doing something, not being a Barry, then a Whis. Might be spitting. Listen, kiss my IP ass. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Honestly, I'm just... I will become... I will become a Classic Plus enjoyer once I see Classic Plus is worth getting involved with. I will see if Classic Plus is good once I see they actually have inspiration and actual creativity put within their product. But will I play Classic Plus again? Or go through it? Not again, sorry. Will I play Classic Plus? Will I go through it if they don't ban RMT? If they don't ban all the fucking gold buying? Like, is that something I want to be a part of? If they don't pack that up, if they don't choose to tackle RMT, what are they going to do? Interject their own WoW token? You're just going to see that WoW token be 4 or 5 times the amount elsewhere, and people are going to buy it. It's going to be bad, man. It's going to be bad. Skyrim is so fun. My stuff Archer fucks harder than Deadpool on Viagra. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, chat. Real quick. I gotta go piss real fast. Chat, I gotta piss like a racehorse. Give me 1 minute. In the meantime, FTP. I'll be right back.
I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the Paladins. I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the Paladins. Fuck the Paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the Paladins. Fuck the Paladins. Fuck the Paladins. Fuck the Sovereign. Fuck the Bannerman. Fuck the Paladins. Fuck the Paladins in Minecraft. 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 Fuck the Paladins. Fuck the Paladins in...
Alright, we're back, boys. Sorry. Just had to fucking drain the main vein. We're backed up, boys. We're backed up. Alright, chat. What I'm going to watch here, we got some new stuff, though. Regardless of all the World of Warcraft stuff, actually, believe it or not, bro, I was jamming. My bad. I'm sorry. They would have to ban over half their play rates and retrain over half their play rates to skip there. Yeah, dude, honestly, when it comes to the whole RMT shit, I mean, at the end of the day, I just don't think... I think we live in a world now where that's what people want, and that's what people are just so in desire of. It is what it is. But it is what it is. It's kind of crazy. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's a fucked up world we live in, man. It really is. It's really fucking crazy that this is like the times that we're in for World of Warcraft gaming overall. 1 second, Hammer just hit me up. No streaming cheese bag. Hard world. Awesome. All right, no good, or all good. Sorry, it isn't hard. They just let them buy new accounts, and if it doesn't just get fixed, just IP ban or ban their graphs card, and they won't be able to sell their gold. Yeah, I mean, if Blizzard wanted to, well, let me say, if Microsoft, let's not say Blizzard, if Microsoft wanted to take the next step into actually caring for their player base, then they would. But since Microsoft doesn't want to, that's not going to make Activision or Blizzard do it either. So it's not what sells. It's not what makes them money. You have to remember this is a company based on, massive profits all around the world. And they don't care if people don't like their Call of Duty. They're still going to make millions. They don't care if people don't like their, classic World of Warcraft. They're still selling $90 fucking mounts, $120 mounts. They don't care about any of that. It's not what makes them money. It's all about what makes money now. It's literally clear greed at its finest. They can break their own terms of service because they make the rules, but they don't enforce the rules. You get what I'm saying? They make the rules, but they don't enforce them. That's the difference. Are you NET WoW today? Or are you steering clear so you don't get DMCA strikes? I mean, no, I haven't streamed. I don't stream private servers on my channel anymore. I'm not doing it because the reason why is because I care about my platform, of course, and it's obviously my passion to make videos. But I'll play private servers on my own time, for sure. No problem. But I won't put it on stream because I don't want to fucking deal with him having to throw copyrights my way. But I'll continue to talk all the shit that I want on Blizzard because that's my freedom, right, to do so as a content creator. I could talk about, the old days. I could talk about how I want to see fucking, gaming go back to this. And there's many things I could talk about, but I'm not going to stream it just so they give them a reason to be some bitches. Fuck that. Sounds like some pussy shit to me. I'm good on that. I smoke Newports and I buy all new retail mounts. I respect it. Let me get a Newport. Casual players rule the world. They come home and they just play anything given to them. It's true. I always made jokes about Blizz sending ban waves on bots anytime there was more subs. Oh, we're down quarterly. Ban the bots. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep, time to ban the bots. The quarterly earnings are down. Time to pack them up. Chat, we got a good video right here. We're going to be reacting to this one. Hammer said he did want to do a call, but I don't know. We'll see what happens if he wants to shoot a call or not. I'm just going to chill in some armory runs with the guild when we can chat for sure. Okay, let me call Hammer. I'll call Hammer. Let's see what Hammer has to say. We'll pull up Hammer's stream too. It looks like we are going to do something with Hammer before we get involved. Let me see what Hammer Dance is doing. Pull up the boy. This motherfucker. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy, chat. Look at this fucking guy. This guy's crazy. He's a quizzard. Let me call him. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this guy, chat. Let me call him. I'm gonna yell at him. Chat. I'm gonna yell at him. I'm gonna yell at him. Hello?
Hello, Jay Tello.
Hello? Nice glasses, bro.
Oh, what's going on, baby?
Where'd you get the glasses from?
I think my mom got them for me.
What?
Yeah, last year.
I think I saw them the other day at a Chuck E. Cheese, actually. I was there by myself. It was crazy. You should have saw all the gold Chilligans. I use those gold on my Chinese bot accounts when I make money off of U.S. players.
Oh, I love Chuck E. Cheese pizza.
Same. Chuck E. Cheese is the GOAT.
I really fucking do. It's so goddamn good.
Is the GOAT. Is the GOAT for real, bro. It's crazy. I'm watching you right now. I can't believe you're doing this a Scarlet. I'm jealous. It's beautiful.
Yeah, dude, we've been just pumping dungeons every night. It's fun.
No, I know. I'm watching.
Oh shit, Mike's going off. I got
I'm
you.
watching. Oh shit, the PvP in. They're being very vicious, Chad. They're being very vicious. Look at these
Teabag
guys.
'em?
Look at these animals.
Teabag
Look at
'em?
these animals jumping people. They just killed another bot dweller. Yeah, make sure to teabag that guy. He bought three tokens from a known seller.
Yeah,
Bro, I can't believe it today, bro.
I know. It's crazy.
I'm just.
But
distraught, bro.
I misunderstood it though, Tello.
Yeah.
So they're not shut down. Ascension just took them over. And
Yeah,
the Epoch
correct.
devs were essentially just like, yeah, we want no part of this. It's yours now. Go ahead. You can have it.
Yeah, correct. Well, in a way, the original team is shut down because they shut themselves down. That's what basically really happened. But Blizzard enforced,
Okay.
if you think about it like this, ready? Like really think about it, they enforced the cease and desist that threatened the shutdown. So internally they chose to shut down because obviously they don't want to deal with that. And they already had a rough launch as it was. Epoch has issues as it is too. I mean, I've been playing on the low, I'm totally transparent about that. I'm not streaming it, not promoting it, but I've been playing it on my own time. And that's just the truth, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, Ascension's picking it up. They are still going to operate it. But what we were just talking about with chat too is just that at the end of the day, when it comes to a company that is their only fucking voice of communication right now is saying, yo, we just want to keep attacking private servers. That's the only form of communication you're going to get from us. You're not getting nothing at all about Classic Plus. You're not getting any transparency. You're not getting squat. I just think this is just not a good look for them more than it is a good look on the private servers. So like, I want to know, like, what do you like think about that? Because like, I know your video earlier was great. Like you were talking about how like, and I think a lot of people could relate with that, about the fact that this is the most lack of communication we've ever seen from Blizzard before.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. And I was definitely a little heated and frustrated in that video. And it's because of that. Like the only communication we're getting is them taking away shit from people and banning all these servers and all this crazy shit. And they can't even sit here and fucking tell me when Nax is coming out or give me a roadmap of when TBC is coming or if there's going to be TBC era servers. I'm not even asking for Classic Plus at this point.
True.
I already know we're going to get a copy pasted Turtle WoW /Epoch in 2028. Like, let's be real.
True.
But like the only fucking comms that you're giving is this bullshit. Just bad things. I'm not into it. Like it pisses me off. It kind of rubs me the wrong way. But that's why my new mentality, like I was saying, I'm just making my own fun, bro. You know what I mean?
I know, dog.
I'm
I
detaching
respect it.
from the company. Like I don't care about the company. I don't care about the state of the fucking game. This, that, the other thing. Like I'm proving to myself right now, basically, that I love this game and I want to play it. And if I make it my own little atmosphere of people where we all feel the same way and just play however we want to play together, none of the other shit matters. That's what I'm trying to prove. Like it really doesn't.
I agree.
And
I see what you mean.
Long story short, this company sucks right now.
No, I mean, yeah, that's exactly how I feel. And it's like, it's a shame because like a lot of people, what you were saying too about how like it's not the devs, it really is just, it's Microsoft, more than anything.
Yep.
And how Microsoft just sends the shit down the ladder, down to Activision, which then the fucking shit from the ladder of Activision lands on top of Blizzard, where then they have to enforce decisions because these are these dudes' salary. This is how they make a living. I mean, these people are human beings at the end of the day. Let's not even talk about gaming for a second. Everybody in a corporate scene works for a fucking living. Like these are people's lives, right? Like we're dealing with human lives here, right? And it just comes to the point where it's like, it's so annoying that this is the company and the publishers and the team that they have to work with after being so successful for many years that they have to keep aligning themselves with this. I mean, don't get me wrong. Not every company succeeds. I know we saw easily what happened with fucking or Bungie when they separated from Activision. They still didn't really kill it or anything like that. I know there was issues with Destiny too, and not everyone succeeds. But I really feel like that Activision and Microsoft is not a good thing for Blizzard right now.
No,
personally,
it's bad.
I think it's bad, and I think it's affecting everything.
Yeah, but I don't think there's no light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like this is just, it is what it is, right? Like they're not getting out of it at this point. They're owned, so it's they're not a private company anymore or anything like that. They have to just do what they're told, and 90% of us, all the players, don't agree with any of their shit. But at the end of the day, we really have no pull in it at all. No content creators don't. Nobody.
No,
You know?
nobody does, dude.
I mean, I got someone who commented on my video earlier, and they were like, I really wish you had more pull in the community because you have some really good ideas. And I almost commented back and was like, that doesn't exist. But then I stopped myself and I was like, well, it kind of does, right? Because if you're a big OG Twitch streamer for WoW, even if you don't play the game now and are completely disconnected from the community, you do have pull and they do listen to you. So I didn't comment back and say that, but
I see.
it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, me in the chat, and by the way, shout out to Hammer's chat. Everybody here, go follow Hammer as well. Hammer's a
Shout
great
out to
creator.
Telos chat.
Yeah, much love, Big Dog, because he really is killing it right now on the scene, and he's one of the OGs right now that are, like, actually, like, fucking saying it how it is, and I respect it, more than anything else. But we just watched a video from Soda Poppin' and Nick Pollum. It was a small short that I'm probably going to put in a video on a follow-up that I want to do, but it's about how they had a meeting. They had a dinner, actually. They were at a dinner talking about, and I'll send you the link to it if you want to watch in your own time or whatever. But it was basically like about a 60-second clip, right, chat? It was very small of them talking about their time with Blizzard devs at a meeting, and the Blizzard devs basically told them, "Listen, we like you guys, but we really don't like the things you guys represent." They said this to them, and we're not a fan of Soda Poppin'. We're not a fan of you because you're friends with Soda Poppin', but we're a friend of S-Fan because we like him. Now, maybe because obviously S-Fan, caters more to them, right? More than, anyone else, and I understand. He tries to keep a good status quo with them. I'm not here to hate on whatever. But what I will say is that they were basically saying that they wanted to control the creativity of what they can and cannot say. Even guys at that level, where it's like, bro, they're like, these are massively successful people in the industry. These are people who have fucking, made content for WoW, done all these things. And I'm over here like, bro, if they're telling these guys what they can and cannot fucking do, how the fuck can guys like Hammer, me, anybody else in the fucking scene do jack shit to impact the vibrations of the private servers?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So it's
Can't
like,
do shit.
I'm like, bro.
And this
blows my mind.
goes back, dude, Tello. This goes back to what I was watching Grays say on his stream, and he was talking about this specific thing about how it's very, very clicky, and like there's a reason why most WoW creators like stay on Blizzard's good side, get invited to things and all this other stuff, because they really do, from what I'm understanding, they don't want you to speak how you feel. You have to shill. And so be it. Really, if they ever banned my account because I'm not really even being disrespectful, I'm just speaking my mind. And if they ever came at me and banned my fucking account or something because of me speaking my mind, like, bro, come on. At that point, I think I might be done with WoW for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it would be bad, Chad. You'd probably see Hammer go crazy.
Yeah, I would. I would go nuts. So.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's weird, and I believe that too, because it's not the first time I've heard someone say that. And if Soda and Nick are saying that, and what Grays was saying on his stream is true, which I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Then you're working with some pretty feisty shit. But who are the people at Blizz is actually going to be my question. Like I would like. It's not the. Is it the devs? Is it? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and I think that's the problem is that we don't even know the individuals we're fucking dealing with. Like, we don't even know the quote-unquote people that are running this fucking show with all clarity. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem. Like, something you even mentioned, like, in your video earlier when you were saying about, like who the fuck is the PR team?
Yeah.
Like, where...
Yeah, there's no fucking community manager posting.
Where is it?
Yeah. You want to have 7 versions of your game live and abandon all of them. Every one of them is fucking abandonware at some point in time. There should be someone whose entire job is to sit there on Monday morning when he gets into the office, makes his coffee, eats his fucking yogurt, whatever. He sits there and he's like, all right, what do we got? What are updates for anniversary players this week? Hardcore, mop players, this, the other thing, season of discovery players. Like, give everyone a fucking update at least once a week for every version of the game.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. Like, that would be so good, man. And how much could it cost to pay someone to make an update post for each version of the game once a week?
Yeah, you would think it would cost not that much, and it's like, it just blows my mind where it's like, man, it's not like that we're asking for fucking, lead us to where the fucking food and water is. We're starving, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we're not asking for fucking build the next Empire State Building here. We're just literally asking for fucking the most base, simplistic shit ever. And it's almost to the point where it's like, it's comical, you know? And I'm not,
Yeah.
and I don't even think you're being disrespectful. I think, if anything, you're being light about it. Like,
Yeah,
in a
I
good,
am, yeah.
you're doing it without even being a complete dick. And even though you're saying, quote unquote, like, you know, oh shit, is this dude going harsh or not? You're being very respectful about it. And it's the truth though, because it's like, bro, like, you made a lot of comparisons even with like OSRS, like saying like, bro, this is a community over there that still has their original game, but they just add more and more to it, you know?
Yeah.
Even at the
Yeah,
end
it's-
game, there's more new, you know, they just added the sailing profession now, right? Like, I mean, come on, dog. We're only asking for mere updates. And Hammer made a great point earlier, if you want to talk about this more, about even just like saying like, bro, where the fuck is Nax? You know,
Yeah.
like,
What the fuck is going on here, dude? Like,
it's crazy.
no comms? Like people forget you are paying a subscription to play this fucking game every month. Whether it's $15, whether it's a lot to you or a little to you, it's still $15. You're still paying for it. And you deserve updates and to know what's going on with the game. Would you buy a $15 early access game on Steam if the devs were silent?
No,
Straight up, you wouldn't.
No, no. As a matter of fact, it's a reason why I stopped back in the day. I used to play an MMO when I was
Yeah.
younger called DC Universe Online. The devs went radio silence on us, and my guild and everybody disbanded. We stopped playing the
Yep,
game.
there you go.
Because the
There you go.
devs, they were money hungry, and they just stopped communication with everybody. So I stopped playing. It was sad too because I had multiple characters. It was fun.
Yep.
But I know what it's like. Yeah, and then
Communication is
Horrible.
everything in this, man.
no, yeah, I
Everything.
agree with you. I agree, and that's why, like, I just feel like your point hit so hard at home because it's just to the point where people are not begging for Blizzard to fucking, you know, become this brand new company overnight. We're asking for a mere couple things, and you know, I was talking about Classic Plus a bit with chat too, and we were just like shooting the shit about saying like, oh, you know, when Classic Plus comes out, you know, there's a chance that fucking. It might be good, but it only might be good because they're taking all the ideas of private servers and they're just copying and pasting.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the only reason it might be good if they have any innovation left in that development team. It's not to be disrespectful, but it's just being truthful, right?
Yes.
But the biggest problem
Correct.
too is like, dog, how is Classic Plus going to be good if RMT and all this shit still exists and they're
Yeah,
still
and it's going to.
and even though it still exists, no PR is going to happen then? Like, where's the transparency? Where is the live chats? Where is the classic Discord to actually talk about Classic Plus? Where's the developers in charge of their team? Like, what is going on? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's like it gets to the point where we all sound like broken records, but it's like, man, this is all we have like left in this scene. You feel me?
Yeah. And also, you know, we go make videos or we go live or whatever, and it's all people say in my chat or say on my comments, like, yo, do you know what's going on? What the fuck's going on? I don't know what's going. It's not just us. Like, everyone wants to know that. The people who are paying to play their game want to know what the fuck is happening. Just a roadmap of the versions of the game that are even out.
No, I agree.
You know, like, that's the problem. It,
No,
it
you're
feels
so
like
right.
it's abandoned. Everything feels abandoned, dude, until they feel like picking it up again.
And I think you nailed that on the head too when you said like the roadmap. I remember when they did the SOD roadmap, when that shit got fucking leaked out. I remember we were laughing about that. When was that? That was like wasn't that the week before fucking what was it? The WoW Direct? Was that before the WoW
Oh yeah,
Direct
yeah. That
we
was
saw
like
the
last
leak?
year. That was last year, like around this time.
Dude, that was crazy. I remember us seeing that and we were like, no way that's real, bro. No,
Yeah. And
nobody
we thought it was a
believed
joke, and it was real.
and it was real, and that was the only sense of information that we got, and then that shit got put right on Wowhead, and it's like, bro, like, why is it that we have to get like these type of announcements? You're not giving us clear paint instructions of what the fuck is going on.
Yep.
And then I think one thing that, you know, Hammer talked about, like, that was really true too, was like, bro, what the fuck happened with like any type of discussion happening months before? Why is these discussions now happening 2 weeks before a release?
Yeah.
One
Every
week
time.
before a release. It is really
Every
bad.
single time.
They did this in Saw too. I remember in Saw, like, Agron was apologizing for it, like, you know, the releases of phases and shit like that. Like, they're trying to do a better job next time. But the consistency of just still giving late to last minute updates, it was just, it's almost like a slap in the face, like saying, oh, we're sorry, we're doing so much development, but at the same time, Microsoft and Activision told us we have to fucking announce this now. We have to wait till later. It's like, I don't think it's fair to them, bro. I agree. It's fucked up on the devs part. I don't hate them, but it's just, it's so upset. And I wanted to ask you too, like, do you feel like there needs to be new blood in the Blizzard team?
Maybe.
Overall, like they need some new creatives working with them that
Possibly,
actually get it. Because I feel
Yeah,
like that might
if
be
they're the
thing.
problem, if that's the thing, if they're the problem.
Yeah, correct.
You know, I have this sneaking suspicion that they're being told not to talk. That's what I think.
Like not at all. Like just keep like almost like NDA style.
Yeah, maybe they didn't sign anything, but they're probably being told. And you know what I think is a big part of it? So you remember in SOD when they did talk a lot, and what kind of triggered the whole new era of them not talking at all? It was when people were like going ham and like attacking Agron on Twitter and shit, which was totally not fucking cool. But
yeah, I wasn't a fan of that.
Ever since then, that is when the communication dropped to shit.
True.
It is like that was that turning point in SOD where like they stopped talking every day and every week, and it slowly got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse since then. So maybe something happened internally where they were just like, listen, you guys are not allowed to fucking tweet anymore unless it's about an actual update that's coming out. Don't share your opinions anymore. Don't talk to the community on Twitter like that. Like maybe that's what happened, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it just got to the point where the developers, or at least Agron, we won't even say developers, we'll say Agron at that time, there was just too much stuff that he wanted to talk about. I think he was actually, in a way, like being a gamer about certain things and saying like, yo, like, you know, bringing up, talking about rage regen. I know he was talking about Holy Paladins then. I remember a lot of old posts that Twitter, Agron back then, before he was doing the whole Blue Sky thing happened. I remember a lot of posts that were going about, and then out of nowhere, it was just one day, chat, the door just closed. Like, it was fucking...
It was gone.
It was gone. Radio silence every now and then. Somebody definitely said on that management end, it's time to shut up. It's time to stop talking. It was crazy. And, like, I remember the hype of SOD, too. Oh, my God, Ravagers dropped. Nice.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck, dude. Good luck.
Thank you.
But, yeah, I just remember, like, those days, and I was like, fucking hell, dude. Those were some good times. And then you, like, fast forward to now, and it just makes me wonder, like... when the fuck are we gonna realize, or when is it gonna happen, that people are just gonna wake up and understand that this side of Blizzard that we see is no longer the Blizzard we fucking have, like from back in the day. It's gone. It's been gone for a long fucking time, and that's what leads me to be scared of like Classic Plus in the future, because I really think, bro, and it's not to gloom and doom about it, but it's just being realistic about it. Like somebody said in my chat earlier, and I if someone could bring this back up again, I think someone said that China alone has 3.9 million, I think million subscriptions.
Mm-hmm.
US alone only has 1.9.
That's crazy.
And that is for both retail and classic together. So
that's
that goes
actually insane.
Think about it like that. China is 2 times more of the size, if not more, if that we're unaware of, than all the people within the United States, bro. How crazy is that?
That's actually nuts.
No, I know, bro.
That's actually fucking nuts.
It's mind-blowing to think about it like that. So, like, you think about, like, okay, maybe Classic Plus in the future is going to be booming. Maybe they're truly cooking. But are they going to stop any of the RMT? Fuck no. They make... There's more money. There's more money over there for them. There's no shot in what world that is actually going to get packed up. It just doesn't make sense, logically speaking, and also money speaking. It would be like against Microsoft's interests to say, oh, we're going to help out the classic player base. Fuck that. They're just going to say, yo, we're going to help out what's best for our bank. We're going to make money, bro. Like that's what we're going to do. So I really think, man, even when that shit comes out, a lot of people then, you're going to see a lot of people shilling and still praising fucking Blizzard to the masses, saying, oh my God, Classic Plus is here, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's hype, dog. It's time to get hype. And then you're going to see in a month or change, the willing to sell services are going to be an all-time high. Bot Mafia is going to exist. Summon Mafia is going to exist. And people are going to be, and more than likely you'll see the WoW token in cash shops. But you're going to see RMT at the highest point it's ever been if Blizzard doesn't do anything about it. I don't think they will, bro. Personally.
No, I don't think they will either. I think that they're not even thinking about that, to be completely honest, and that's kind of why they dance around it. And the GDKP ban and all that was more for the social aspect of banning GDKP. Like they just wanted guilds to thrive. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's booming over there in China. It's booming.
Yeah.
Like we talked about that. Yeah.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I don't know. It's a weird thing. I don't think I don't think RMT will ever be fixed in WoW. I was actually saying this before you called me, like maybe like 30 minutes ago, that like if you're gonna play WoW Classic at this point, the game has been like this since pretty much the end of TBC, like this bad.
Yeah.
Like you just have to expect that this is the game now. Like don't try and change it. Don't try and get upset about it. Like you are not changing it, and they aren't either. Like that's how I feel about it. Like it's just. This is WoW Classic. Maybe back in the day, you know what I mean? Your consumables cost you 50 gold for a raid, and now they cost you 500. Like that's just how it is. I don't like.
It's so
they don't care.
Bro. It's so sad because it's like the game that obviously you see a lot of people that genuinely give a fuck about the passion of where this community goes. You know. And they really want to see, like, you know, a brighter day come from it. And it's a reason why, which I was trying to explain to people, it's like, it's not so much about the copyright IP infringement is what people are, you know, because they constantly bring this up in, like, comments. They're like, oh, well, it's their rights to do what they want. We get that already. We're not dumb players. We're not dumb people. Like, we understand it's their fucking rights. It's no different from, you know, stealing somebody's fucking pirated cable or their Wi-Fi, right? Like, we get what it's a wrong thing. But I'm also not going to hate the guy in the corner, which I brought up to my chat earlier, like a comparison, who's making a lemonade stand. Even though it's the same brand as some bigger brand, he's still hustling, and he's doing a pretty fucking good job making that lemonade. I'm not going to be a Karen and be like, go take his permit. He doesn't have one. Like, get that son of a bitch. Stop him from making money. Stop him right now. Meanwhile, that lemonade is the best in fucking 3 boroughs. It's banging, and everybody goes there because they're like, damn, this lemonade tasted how it once did. That's the exact comparison is what I'm making to the private server scene right now. That's the exact comparison because it's like, dog, it's crazy that that's like, you know, the situation that we are in where like these people do not realize this. And if only Blizzard can fucking understand that simple fucking like analogy where it's like, all right, instead of like hating on our private server scene, like obviously players are playing it. Why can't we work with these people? Why can't
they should have, dude.
Hire them.
They should have.
And then make a fuck ton of money from it. You guys love money, right?
Yeah.
You're all about money.
Yep.
Make a fuck ton of money from it and let's do something banging together. That's what I'm waiting for. And I don't think they will ever do that because in their eyes, their traditional way to make coffee is the way that they've been going about it forever now. And that's what they continue to do with China, and that's how they do it. But like, I think they're missing out personally on working with other people. And I know people maybe think like, you know, maybe that won't work out, but it's like, fuck, dude, look at other companies right now that are working with their community. You got Fortnite making fucking full-on Battlefield games. We watched on stream last night. Fortnite literally remade Battlefield, the old one. It was like the old 1942 one. I forgot what it was called. They literally remade the entire old Battlefield and the Unreal Engine that Epic provided the tools to. The entire game. And imagine if like something like that were to blow up for Fortnite where it's like, holy shit, our community is now making us more money because they're providing creative ideas that our developers never imagined before.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I really think it's like, it's to the point where it's, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful even to the dev team because I know there's a lot of like defense on the dev team, like, you know, they don't have the power to do this, yada yada yada. I get that, like I respect that, but I also do think maybe there's a chance to give other people an opportunity to do something for the community, and maybe the power really is in the players' hands because these private server people, they were players, they had to be.
Yep.
Like, I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Right? Does that sound ridiculous?
Yeah. No. I get it, and I would be all for it. Like if they did like a creator mode, like a, you know, and Blizzard's no stranger to this, right? Like we talked about this before. That this was a big thing in Warcraft 3. You know, the
Yeah,
the
Dota's
custom
one,
editor
yeah.
tool, and yeah, I remember messing with that when I was a kid, man, making my own maps and shit. And I think that there's definitely a market for that. And to be completely honest, the new age of gaming, this is like the way that a lot of companies do go, because it's a win-win. They pay for less dev time. They make money off players who are acting as devs. They make a cut off of anything that you make, obviously. And it's just a win-win for the company. The only reason I would see that they don't want to do that would be if, I guess, they don't want the IP being damaged, right? Like Fortnite, think about it like this. This is how I would think about it if I was Blizzard. Like Fortnite, it works really, really well. Rust, it works really, really well.
Yeah.
Essentially better than the official servers, right? But the thing is, with those games aren't like, they haven't been around for 30 years of lore and story, and
Very true.
they you know, you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like maybe Blizzard like wouldn't want to open that door, because it is kind of tricky letting your IP go into the hands of just the internet, right? And it's just fair game to make anything. So now you have someone, you know, some new guy, never heard of Warcraft before, sees this private server, and it is so far detached from what WoW or Warcraft even is, that now that's the picture that's painted for WoW. You get what I'm saying?
No, yeah. I see.
That's the only thing I could see Blizzard saying that would be bad about it, is if they don't want like the Warcraft IP to get damaged by doing that.
Yeah. So you think in a way it would, for Blizzard, you think it could be more of a cost-effective loss more than anything, than it would be like maybe even a gain. So you think there's like some type of scarcity to it, is what you're saying.
Yes, I think that Warcraft is, you know, whatever the state of it is in right now, it is a beloved like IP and story, and like it's been around for my entire life. You know what I mean? Your entire life, like it's a major part of people's lives. So new people seeing it as something that it's not supposed to see, like be seen as, could kind of wreck that. You get what I'm trying to say?
No, for sure. I understand. And I think that's why, like, maybe you keep a separation of, like, okay, here's our vanilla servers the way we originally intended the game to be, you know, and I don't have a massive issue with, like, you know, there's this thing where there's too many versions of WoW, and I get, like, that's a talk that we've all had. I don't have an issue with, like, always keeping your vanilla version. You know, you always have a vanilla version of WoW. That was your classic version, and you keep that. But I think eventually down the line, as we continue to go forward in the next, like, you know, 5 years, 10 years, hey, maybe even 20 years, as we continue to grow, I think better ways of going about being innovative with the company is going to have to come out of Blizzard in order to succeed. Because here's the thing. Once retail ends, and once Azeroth, like, they blow up the world, Titans finish, where do we take the next step of really becoming the entertainment within Blizzard again? We remove, because I feel like, honestly, the entertainment part of Blizzard is gone. Like, that part, Blizzard Entertainment, that part is gone. It's been a straight Blizzard of cold, no talk, transparency, nothing for so long now. So when are we going to re-interject the entertainment portion of our company back into the players and say, okay, we have something here that can be massive? Because other companies are fucking doing way better. They're blowing up. They're listening to their community. I mean, fuck, dude, you can look at what just happened with Silk Song, with Hollow Knight. I mean, bro, indie developer going crazy, blowing shit up, and it's a massive success. So when's the next step of inspiration? Like, is this a WoW 2? Is this a whole nother IP? Or is this finally listening to the player base to do something actually creative? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it could go either way. Like when would they do that though? That would be my question. When would they open up? Because here's the problem: once it's no longer illegal and once it's encouraged, now you have thousands of private servers, right? So now what happens is you split this player base so fucking far. Like, imagine okay, so you know what? When we play Rust, and you open up Rust and we see the big list of servers, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of servers to choose from. Correct. Imagine if that's what it was when you opened up Classic WoW, right? Now, you don't know which ones are good, which ones are bad. Some of them are half-assed, half-baked experiences. Correct. Some are decent. Like that to me, I feel like I'm on board with the idea of having player-driven, like, private servers. But in my opinion, I would prefer if like instead of putting it into everyone's hands, the people who proved that they can make the game at a old Blizzard standard, I guess I'll call it an old Blizzard standard, they should have just licensed that. They should have just purchased Turtle WoW and put that on the fucking launcher and put it as a server in Classic. You get what I'm saying? I think that's a safer route for Blizzard because they can monitor and see what's in the game. And ultimately, they're still at the top and they can collect profit from the damn game. Mm-hmm. But those devs also collect profit. And they have full creative freedom because they're not part of Microsoft or whatever. They're just leasing a license from Blizzard.
No, for sure.
For a certain amount of time. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think that, in my opinion, is a safer and more like realistic approach.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that'll ever happen.
Well, I think you're cooking with something there, actually, because like if you really think about it, right? So let's say, like for example, Battlefields. If any Battlefield veterans in here who's played the old Battlefields, you're more than likely familiar with this too. Russ is a great idea. It's the same way as well. Battlefield has a way where you server browse as well, and you see what popular community servers are the ones that you favor, right? And those are usually your favorite servers. You revisit those servers every couple months, and they're usually booming. Yep. Maybe after a while, you go to another server, and you see this is a new popping community server. This server is really proven that, holy shit, they are doing something extremely fun, right? And it's a really good source of maps, yada yada, and Battlefield's always followed this standard for many years, which it seems like they're changing a little bit from the Battlefield 6, but I hope they keep it because it seems like they're doing a good job. But overall, besides that, I think you have a good point with that. And it's like, here's the thing, what's so good about that idea is that if you have, like, let's say for your example, right, your Turtle WoW, your Project Epoch, your Ascension, whatever, these are your three main big boys that are really proven to a lot of people, regardless of what Epoch's launch was. I'm just saying, like, at least these names. These are the names of servers that are really on top of this list out of like 3 out of 100 private servers on this list, right?
Right.
And out of nowhere, these are the sources that you trust, so Blizzard would back these companies up. But then you give opportunity to other private servers to prove themselves, to see if they have any other creative ideas that is separate from the original 3 servers that they're trusting their source to. So then you see who is the new blood coming to provide innovative ideas that is creating a spark to players, to both creators and players. And now people are like, holy shit, this, for example, Lights Hope or whatever, this fucking server out of nowhere is doing really good numbers right now. I wonder why. What are they doing over there? What's the devs on that server doing right now? That's rising the server to the top of the list. It's the hot new server people are playing on. And it's because maybe they added more quests. Maybe they did some expansions of dungeons, or, maybe there's some like new legendaries or some crazy shit. Who knows? But I think this is a way to find creativity and people that Blizzard can possibly work with personally to figure out better ways to implement a funner experience in the Classic scene. Because right now, I'm telling you as it is, and I'm just being truthful, like, I really think when Classic Plus does come out, it's gonna be a carbon copy of everything we saw across either a Turtle WoW, Project Epoch, hell, maybe some inspiration from Ascension, whatever. You're gonna start seeing fucking carbon copies with just small twists, and that is what you're gonna have as Classic Plus. On top of cash shops, on top of WoW tokens, RMT still fucking happening, the 9 yards, all of it, with still your original philosophies of what Classic WoW always was. So I think you have a great idea with that, and I personally think if they just gave more people a chance, they would have something to work with rather than nothing. And I also think, bro, like, I was laughing about this before with chat. We were like, bro, what would happen if they made a fucking Classic Plus Discord? What do you... Can you imagine
oh my god!
Can you imagine the shitstorm in that fucking Discord?
Oh yeah, that it would be a nightmare, dude.
I think it would be so bad, bro. It would be horrendous, dude. I think people would be screaming out the fucking wazoo, bro. It'd be insane.
Yeah, I don't know, because I've heard, like, a lot of people have been talking about like the custom servers idea and everything, and I like it, but I do feel like as a massive company with a super strong IP, that's where the game wasn't built for that. Whereas games like Rust, games like Fortnite were kind of built for that, right? There's no like lore, no one really cares about the lore or anything. The game is just meant to be played, and
for sure.
I feel like that, like getting a license from Blizzard to run a server, like you apply, right? You show what you can achieve, you show what you've done, and you apply for it. Like that I think is like a professional way to do it. And Blizz, like, there can be contracts and shit drawn up, and make sure to make sure you're not putting fucking weird shit in the game, like torrent porn or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
some crazy
straight up,
shit,
the
yeah.
internet's fucking weird, bro.
No,
Once you
no,
give this to everyone, think about it. We would see everything.
No,
in
I
there.
know. I understand that.
There would
Like,
be full on Pornhub fucking WoW servers.
I
Like,
agree. You'd probably see
it
white
would
men
be-
getting plowed in the cathedral.
Yes, dude. Yes, yes. On that note, though, Tello, I
Yeah,
need
yeah.
to piss so bad. So
No,
I will be
you're
right
good,
back
you're
in
good,
1
dog.
minute.
You're
I'm
good.
gonna leak here.
You're... All right. No big deal. Chat, I hope you guys are having a good time over there at Hammer Stream. Much love, yo. Much love, Big Dog. I hope you guys are locking in. I think, the thing is, we talk about, just the stuff that we want to see at the end of the day. There's nobody really fucking, doing anything in terms of, the classic movement and about talking and actually giving a voice to the scene. We try our best to, just try to, push something, because obviously the devs are not giving us anything, right? So we do our best to just at least fucking provide some type of update of what's going on in the world of Classic through a weekly fucking basis, even though it is crazy, bro. I wish we could have 1 week, chat, where it's not fucking just private server meltdown 101. Honestly, though, I'm not gonna lie, though. Now that we talk about it, I don't think I would mind if we saw white mane, if we saw some tits, chat. I'm not gonna lie. If we saw some white mane, maybe that server wouldn't be so bad, chat. Maybe Sally Whitemane with some giant thighs, giant tits. That wouldn't be a bad ordeal. Maybe that's the way we gotta go, chat. You know what? I think I'm promoting this server. I think, chat, we're gonna vote the tits. We're gonna make the tits great. It's gonna be big tits in the cathedral. It's gonna be massive. Maximum boobage, chat. Maximum jiggle physics. Let's make sure let's get a 1 in chat for massive white mane tits, 1 for the white mane tits, and let's make Classic Plus great again. Let's make it big again. Let's have fat tits again. Sexy tits. Huge ones. Ginormous. Thank you. Thank you.
I am back.
Yeah,
What happened?
nothing. We were just talking about I think a white main server like a Sally Whitemane would be great.
Dude. Yeah, you know it would exist. Like,
Oh yeah,
there would be wild shit.
for
wild
sure.
shit.
For sure, I agree. I'm not gonna lie. I think if Blizzard came out tomorrow and said, "Listen, Classic Plus is brought to you by Sally Whitemane's Massive Jugs," I think I'm fully invested. I think I would invest all 69 shilligans of gold that I have left from my gold buyer in China into that. Shit would be lit. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, no. With that being said, dude, I think honestly, like, it would be nice, and I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. I do think I was just saying this with chat before. It just would be nice to go 1 week. Like I love doing content, bro. At the end of the day, I love it. I think it's fun. I have a great time, making videos. I have a great time editing with the editor. I have a great time doing all this shit. It's a fun time. But being real, bro, like, I'm a player too. You're a player too. You just want to play the fucking game in Mac. And I just want to go 1 week without hearing bullshit from Microsoft. It's not even Blizzard at this point anymore. I fuck Blizzard. I don't care about Blizzard. I'm talking about Microsoft. Because they're the ones controlling this shit like a fucking puppet. They're the puppet masters, right? I want to go 1 fucking week, dog, where we get actual cool announcements. Like, actual good topics to talk about. And, like, what ifs. And I miss theory crafting. I miss doing all that stuff. Like, I miss actually talking about the game.
Yep. And I think that there's this general sense of unrest and, like, anger in the community also, because we know, like, what we're in for kind of right now without knowing, like, the exact timeline. Like, I get what I'm trying to say is, like, everyone knows that nothing new is coming anytime soon. You get what I'm saying? Like, we know we're going to have to sit here. We're going to go through a whole TBC. MOP has to be done. BlizzCon's not until 13 months from now. Like, I think that also is creating this sense of, like, almost like a depression where, like, everyone's like, man, we already know what's eventually coming. We don't know when. and there's nothing new coming in the near future. Like I could be dead before it comes. You know what I mean? Like
I know, right?
that's creating a lot of like sadness, I think, in the community. I really do. I think that's a major part in it. And it's just kind of sad. Like they decided to go this route and keep re-releasing shit or whatever. And yeah, people will play it. I'll play it. So other people will play it. But it's not truly what people want. And I don't know. I think that's making people really upset. It's just, yes, like it's going to be a very stale time for a very long time. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I feel you, man. It's that uncertainty that lurks around every corner of like not knowing what's next, you know? And don't get me wrong, like at the end of the day, if you turn off the internet, you turn off everything that you're seeing, you could just play Anniversary, you could play any version of the game that you want and have a good time. I'm not knocking that, right? But the reality of the situation is that, man, people are just fucking over it, bro. You know, people are just tired, and I think that sense of abandonment, that sense of feeling like, you know, Blizzard or whoever at this fucking point continues to operate the way they do, I think it's just only going to lure more players to want to try other things and move on to other things.
Yeah,
and
100%.
realize that, you know, hey, they can just play regular Classic whenever, and that's all there is. Whatever, you know, play Anniversary. Maybe that goes to TBC. Maybe they bring the same loop and go back to Raft. More than likely they will. Bring people back into fucking Cataclysm. More than likely they will. And just keep this endless loop, and that's what the Classic experience is all about, right? That's what they think it's all about. I'm not saying me. I don't think that's what it's all about. But it's just like it's just an unfortunate pill to swallow, right? But I guess that's like life, right? Like I feel like, you know, honestly, more than anything, the more I think about it, bro, maybe it's just getting to that point, because like even when then, you know, Classic Plus does come out, it is what it is. But maybe it's just getting to that point, bro, where it's like, man, maybe we just need a new fucking MMO one day, bro. Something, or just some other game that has that excitement that Blizzard used to provide again.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's it, bro. Maybe that's the answer all along, where it's no longer that Blizzard can provide the things that we want, but maybe it's just that new game to reignite that excitement. Like, I know me and you joke around about, like, Arc Raiders, and, you know, I obviously know, like, we fuck with shit like that. Like, that's different, right? But in terms of, like, the fantasy, like, the fantasy core element, the stuff that we all enjoyed, it's like, fuck, man. Maybe it's just something that they just don't have in their bag anymore. They don't have in their arsenal. I think only 2 devs, or not even devs, I think only 2 people that are with their company. Somebody even said this, I forgot who said it in my chat, but they said that there's only 2 people left from the original team that are still working there. That are still part of the company. Yes, correct. Yeah, they're not in like a dev position anymore. They're like in a much different position. So I got to look more into that to clarify that. But that somebody did say that to me. There's only 2 people left. Yeah, my friend Michael, he looked it up. Yeah, so that's supposedly what they're saying. So I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I just feel like maybe it's just gonna get to that point where I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know how your chat feels about this too. Like, do you guys think that it's a new MMO that we're all just eager and waiting for to unlock that excitement again, to unlock that like journey feeling one again, or is it really just the yearning and waiting for Classic Plus? Like, what do you think?
I mean, me personally, like,
I don't know.
I think Classic Plus is going to be awesome for a little bit, but I don't think it's going to fulfill what everyone wants it to fulfill. I don't know. I think it's partially like what you're saying, like people are kind of just over it. But Classic Plus definitely will be a big thing when it does happen, whether it's a carbon copy of Turtle or Epoch or 10% of fucking Turtle. I think Classic Plus would be popular now. Like I guess I'm an anomaly, Tello, because I'm not really an MMO gamer at heart. I know. You know, I love Warcraft. I love WoW. So really, if it's not WoW, and I mean, I love League. I love the League lore. I played League for like 10 years. So unless it's like WoW or possibly like the Riot MMO, I really could care less. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not an MMO gamer. I just love Warcraft, and I loved League of Legends back in the day. So that to me would draw me in.
Yeah.
But for MMO gamers, yeah, maybe it is like a new MMO angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough. I do think the MMO scene is also in a rough position right now, where it's like, you know, FF14's doing its thing. People are, you know, I'm sure more people are having fun over there. I have obviously no comments there. I know Guild Wars 2 is still around. I mean, I'm not sure how many people are still playing Guild Wars 2. In terms of other MMOs, like, I know there's Black Desert. I'm sure people are playing that still, too. I know Lost Ark's another one, but we all saw what happened with Lost Ark. That was, like, you know, just a money grab towards the end. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, yeah, someone chat, my boy Michael, he just said, yeah, only person Samwise, I can't remember his last name, Didier, and then senior art director Alan Adham, and then I guess, excuse me, he's the senior art director, and Alan Adham is the senior vice president, but the rest of the original team is gone from Blizzard.
Right.
The rest of the team is completely gone.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that's why I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I personally feel like it's either something cool or gets announced, you know, one of these days from Blizzard. I just think here's my fear. I think, bro, the next couple weeks, bro, we're just gonna keep seeing more and more of this fucking private server shit.
Yeah, probably, and I like they're gonna keep popping up. I don't think they're gonna be shut down like everyone thinks they're going to be completely shut down. They're going to keep popping up, and maybe Blizzard will act, maybe not, or maybe not. I mean, we don't know, right? Maybe they're in a different era right now where they're like, fuck private servers. We are not letting this shit thrive anymore. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I think they let it thrive long enough to see the hype around it and see that people really actually do want it. Kind of the same, you know, with Nostalria's situation.
Correct. Yeah.
And now they want to take it all down. I mean, we knew this was happening. We knew they were going to go after everything and not just Turtle WoW after we saw this. You know what I mean?
Do you think
we nailed it.
Do you
we
think
said
it's
it that first day.
I was going to ask, do you think it's because they're getting towards a Classic Plus? That's why they're doing so much rapid attacks right now?
Possible. But they're shutting down Everlook, which was just a vanilla server. That wasn't a Classic Plus server.
Sure.
I think that if they're going to fire up the legal team to do shit like this, you might as well take everything out at one shot.
Yeah.
Right? Like instead of going little by little, they're probably just like, all right, it's time to cleanse all these private servers. Like almost like a ban wave. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I mean that's
instead of paying someone to sit there and ban one bot every day for, you know, a year straight, they're like, all right, every 2 months we'll just ban 50,000 accounts. Like, it's kind of the same thing. I think they think of it the same way. It's more efficient. It's money saving tactics probably, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to stop there. I do think they're going to go after Ascension, to be completely honest.
I think so too.
Even if they're hosted in Russia or any of this shit, they'll find some tiny little speck of it that traces back to the US, and they will fucking attack that speck. Like, that's how it works.
Yeah, I think that's just the motive right now. And this is what I was trying to explain to people. It's like, I understand, like, people could say they can go to some fucking, you know, small town in Kazakhstan or fucking wherever the fuck they're going for. It's whatever. But I do think at the end of the day, it's like, when you have a company with a motive that's making billions a year, and I understand, you know, Ascension's been around for a long time. That's probably fine. Maybe for Blizzard, it's been a way for them to do homework for years to gather all the data they need to finally do something, right? And maybe this is the year, the opportunity of them doing this shit now, in waves, right? And waves that we've probably never even seen before. Another person brought up a good point, though, earlier, that they were saying, like, that, you know, private servers get shut down a lot more than we know, you know, even ones that are not even big named, right? Where they're even small names. So there is truth to that, too. But, I just think right now it's like, yeah, I do think most of the player base is just kind of annoyed at the fact that this is the only bits of information we're getting. And it sucks because it's like, I think as creators, like, that's not what we want to provide either. But it's like, fuck, man. Like, what can we provide that's like the exciting thing to do? There really isn't anything exciting going on at all. And me personally, I'm not a fan of like wanting to play anything official, at least from Blizzard, because I quite frankly can't see myself investing time into it again. I did that already several times. Why the fuck would I want to keep reinvesting myself back to Molten Core, back to you know, doing ZG again, redoing all the fucking things, that the setup, the time, the endless amount of hours of raid prep, parse, all this shit, just to go back into TBC, just to go back into RAF, just to get refunneled back into the same fucking shit over and over and over again. So it's like, I think I'm like, I feel like, at least for me personally, I'm finding myself breaking the loop, and I'm kind of out of it. I know you're still going forward with it, and you're having a good time, so I respect what you're doing. Like, obviously you have a scene there, you're doing your thing. I just think I am at this point, I'm more of a fan of what Blizzard represented, at least back then. And
Yeah.
and all the cool like things that they used to do, like that's what I care about. And I mean, we were watching footage last night of like old Diablo 1, Diablo 2, like that to me was like what they were all about. And there's only one studio right now. I will give credit to Blizzard. We were talking about this earlier. There's a small studio that they call it Blizzard Albany now, but they work on Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's the only fucking studio from Blizzard that actually has quality right now. They actually work on
Really?
updates
I
for
didn't
the
even
game.
know that was a thing. I had no idea.
They're called Voracious something. I forgot the name, but Chat said it earlier. But they're the only studio that does something for actual quality and updates on their seasonal ladders for Diablo 2, and they are part of Blizzard. So that's the only company I don't like. Individual studio I don't shit on because they actually fucking care about that game, and it sucks because it's like you see more updates from like a game that was made years ago from their personal studio in that company more than we see something on a massive scale that's an MMO called Classic WoW. Like I don't get that. I don't.
Do you think Tello that they're going to go after Ascension?
100%.
Yeah.
I think
Even though they're based in Russia or whatever, or
I think 100%. And don't get me wrong. Like I understand a lot of people are saying, they'll wipe their ass with cease and desist. They'll wipe their ass with this and that. I think it's at the point right now. Blizzard is. I think they've been building this up for a long time. They got the homework. They got the resources. They got the money. They got the okay. Maybe Microsoft is tired of it, of seeing it too. Maybe this is something that's been on their desk for quite some time. I don't know all the logistics, but I do feel like this is not the final week of us seeing more and more attacks go on.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I don't want to see these attacks. I want to see, if anything, these private servers flourish, because personally, it's fucking cool. It's cool to see that people are actually doing creative things that Blizzard is failing to do. You know what I mean? It's very sad to honestly fucking see people, and you have people in these comments too, which I do see too, and like in everybody's videos, like people are like the constant like IP defense that they use, like these motherfuckers are gonna get a job at Blizzard and work there. The most they would hire you guys shilling for the company is a janitor fucking position, licking the dicks off the fucking developers. I'm sorry, that's all you would get. You're not getting some big promotion by shilling for Blizzard. It's never gonna fucking happen. You think that big guys like fucking Asmon, Nick, and Soda and all these guys are getting anything from fucking shilling Blizzard developers? Like, it doesn't work. And meanwhile, you have these shills, and it's like, bro, these people are just the most hypocritical fucking imbeciles I've ever met. It's almost like insulting, because like and also the funny part is these guys who say this shit, they're not even WoW players, Hammer. None of them.
yeah, I know.
Like they
That's
just
the crazy part.
that's the crazy part. They just shill because they just want to shill. You know what I'm saying? It's funny to them, and I get it. People want to troll. It's funny trolling, but like I just think like for the most part, it's like insulting to like the fact that people really want to fucking just constantly like back Blizzard because that's just the defense of things. Like I get it.
Right.
Like I totally understand. I'm not saying what private servers are doing is right. Never once said that. I think it's the creativity and the passion. What I talk about is what's been lacking from Blizzard for so long, that people in a cave with a box of scraps are doing on in a Prius. We literally laughed yesterday with chat. If you guys look, right? If you guys look at Turtle Wow's last post on their Twitter, look at that photo for me right now. The guy has a heater in his room with a small camera in a studio apartment making Unreal 5 on Linux. A small, I haven't seen a heater like that since my days being in a hood high school or a hood fucking elementary school.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Someone said something good here, Tello, that I think I should read. DeMilla said gaming is in a really bad spot right now. I honestly think everything being online, very little physical copies, killed gaming in spirit. Every game is live service, trying to get as much money as possible as they can. Every company wants to be Epic, Fortnite, and it shows. Every game has a battle pass, skins, crap, blah, 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 blah. My theory behind why I don't think gaming is in a bad spot, to be completely honest. I think people think gaming's in a bad spot. And I think people think gaming is in a bad spot because for about 3 or 4 years straight there, people gamed like 10 years worth of time in 3 or 4 years because they went work from home and everyone had to be home for years.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I think people just over gamed, if that makes sense. Mostly everyone who thinks gaming is in a you look at younger gaming communities, no one gives a fuck. Gaming isn't in a bad spot to them. They play their Rust, they play their fucking COD, their
Yeah, very
Fortnite, whatever.
true.
COD
Very
sucks
true.
ass, but I personally don't agree with that take because I think that gaming is fine, and I think that battle passes and all this shit that everyone thinks are the devil, I don't see that. I don't see that at all. How the fuck do you think these companies are going to make money? Most of these giant games like Fortnite are free. You get what I'm saying? They're free games. And we rant and rave about how great their development is and how great all
Even
this shit
Jonas,
is.
what's
Fortnite
up,
was the
chat? Sorry
biggest
about
game
that.
in
We're
the
just talking
world
with
for
Hammer,
multiple
amigos.
years.
Much love, yo.
Okay.
Hope you guys are
And
enjoying it.
It's a free game. League of Legends, free game. You know, League of Legends came out when 2007, 2008, and it had a cash shop since the beginning, all skin based, all everything, just like most battle passes and everything. And no one really batted an eye at that, right? Because the game was free, and you know really why? Because the game was fucking good. That's what matters the most, is that the game is good. I don't think microtransactions and battle passes and all this shit is bad. I actually don't. I think it's an amazing way to fund a game that's free and getting active development, as long as those things fit within the game and they don't give you a boost in the game, a pay-to-win aspect. I don't agree with certain games and how they do it, like COD, putting fucking Nicki Minaj and you know, Jay and Silent Bob and like weird skins like that completely break the immersion of a game. I'm not into it, but I don't subscribe to the take that gaming is bad because of battle passes and microtransactions. I really don't. I think that is live service is the new era of gaming. You know, we have the luxury of sitting here complaining about waiting for updates for a game, but back when I started gaming, we bought a fucking disc. And you never talked to the developers. You never got a Twitter update about the next version of the game. You never got an update on the game. You just put it in your fucking console, played it, and had fun. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is, in my opinion, the new era of gaming. Everything is live service. Games come out, and they're supposed to be updated for years and years and years. Some are updated, and they're good. Some are updated, and they're bad. Some aren't updated at all. They take your money, and then they disband the company. But I don't see how gaming could ever survive going back to the buy this $55, $60 version of the game and that's it. And you'll never get an update ever again. And there's no cash shop or anything. So yeah, you're never going to get an update ever again. The way gaming is done nowadays, you beat that game in 6 hours and that's it. That's all you got out of it.
I think there's a caveat to that too. So I'll play a little bit of devil's advocate here. I mean, I grew up in a time as well where you look at games that were made fully for players and they were massive successes. You know, you can look at, you know, a lot of games back in the day. You know, I grew up in a time like playing like Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. I grew up playing Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. I remember that as well. Good Times RE4. I remember playing fucking Dragon's Dogma, right, back in the day. The original Dragon Age as well. Like there was like a lot of like different games I grew up playing that was, you know, made with like 100% passion, love, and like you saw that every effort went into it. And obviously as game costs went up and, you know, putting more into your game, other consoles, like we've been through generations of different waves where like, yeah, it costs more to make games. It costs more to, you know, implement shit. So I understand what you're saying is in terms of like, you know, battle passes. Like I get,
like what is the why does everyone hate when a game has a battle pass? Like I don't understand the logic behind it. Well, I really don't.
I think it's because you look at games like, for example, what was the big game that blew up at the rewards? Baldur's Gate 3, right? Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, why did that game succeed so much?
Because it was amazing.
But yeah, but like also because it didn't really cater to be anything that the industry demanded. It didn't cater to be anything that the industry wanted. It catered to be its own thing and respect the time of the development that went into it. You know what I'm saying? And it really catered to that. It really catered to just actually, you know, being involved, right? Of caring about that. And you look at even like other games that did that same example, right? That just catered to just staying with actually being involved of like its community and caring to it, that it had a much more success rate than, you know, in implementing other strategies of working. So like you could look at other companies that like try to copy Fortnite's technique of doing battle passes, but a lot of them didn't succeed as well. Like Apex was one of them that did well, right? And the reason why Apex
COD did for a while.
Apex
PUBG.
Of course, Apex did it well because they were they had MW2 developers that were working on Apex. Elden, yes, Elden. Actually, Miller, I'm because I have Hammer stream up. That's why. But Elden Ring's another great example. Elden Ring's one of my favorite games of all time. I love Elden Ring. I personally think it's a great quality game that was made with a lot of passion and care. And the only thing that they charged was for a DLC for Elden Ring.
Right, right. But if you take Baldur's
course.
Gate, Tello, and Elden Ring, they're both similar in the style of game they are. They're essentially just single player experience games.
For
an
sure.
adventure game.
Yeah, and multiplayer,
you know what I mean?
Multiplayer is much different. I get what you're saying.
Right. Like, think
what
about
you're
if you remember when Fortnite came out, Tello, and you had to buy it. I bought Fortnite. It originally came out and it was $30. It was Fortnite Save the World. It wasn't a BR. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, the old.
It was like a third person shooter tower defense type of game.
True.
Okay,
true.
I paid $30 for it, right? Then all of a sudden they stopped development on the game. They put the battle pass in there or whatever, and they started making the BR, and then that battle pass funded the game and the company, which then went on to literally become like one of the biggest games of our generation,
Yeah,
towards
no,
the end of our generation.
I agree. I don't disagree with your statement of saying battle passes shouldn't exist, because at the end of the day, battle royales and that format succeed off of that. I do think that is kind of the new status quo of what people learned from Epic. Like Epic,
Yes.
it really took them to reinvent themselves to become something massive in the scene and really fucking like do something really amazing. But when it came to like when you look at like Blizzard right now, or just like what they're doing, they're not really doing anything that is like reinventing like themselves to become a new product. It really is like, it seems like they're taking the back steps and really lacking more than anything, in my opinion.
100% agree on that. I 100% agree on that.
Yeah.
I mean,
at least that's what I feel,
Yeah, I agree. I do. I agree on that on every front when it comes to Blizzard. I understand how in some games microtransactions are predatory, but like to me, the only way that they're considered to be like a predatory thing is if you can't progress in the game without buying X thing from the shop. Like that's just pay to win, right? And everyone has always hated pay to win things. I hate pay to win games as well. But I it's interesting to have this talk because I have never been someone who has shunned any game for having skins in the game. I love skins. Counter-Strike, like
of course.
H1Z1, like I love that. You know what I mean? Like if I'm enjoying playing this game that's free and I want to spend money on the game, I like, why not? You know what I mean?
There's nothing wrong with it. And I don't hate it. I think it works for some games. It just doesn't work for everything else. And
Guild Wars 2 is pay to win. Is that true, Tello?
I have no idea.
I don't know anything about
I haven't
Guild
played
Wars.
Guild Wars, but someone just said in chat earlier that Guild Wars still has 250,000 concurrent players playing the game.
Yeah, I believe it.
So that's
I
actually
believe it.
pretty badass. I just don't know though, for the most part, if like the continuous monetization model. I think for MMOs it makes sense to like implement different ways of cash shops and how you keep the game flowing with money. But I don't know if like in the future for Blizzard, like the approach they take it, like, because everybody keeps saying, oh, they got to add a Blizz shop, they got to add a WoW token, and I understand these things, but like, how is it going to be implemented in a way that pleases the masses? How is it going to be in a way that
It isn't.
It's not battle pass like, it's not retail shop like, or is it retail shop? What is the question that's going to really be like, oh, this is not a bad thing overall? And then even then, if you really think about it, if there is that WoW token, if RMT and all that shit's still involved, that token's going to be 4 to 5 times less its value compared to Chinese websites.
Correct.
Compared to Venezuelan websites,
Yes.
compared to any of these foreign websites. With all due respect, it's just the truth. So they do need a profit.
Yeah.
I agree. Like they do, no matter what. Like and I remember Eben was talking about this a long time too. Like at the end of the day, they do got to make money for their game. I get that, but how are they going to go about it? Like what is exactly are we going to see? Is everybody going to run around level 1 skins with Ashbringer on their back? Like,
No,
you know what I mean?
I don't think that's...
You get what I'm saying?
That's
like,
crazy.
like everybody level 1, you get to see fucking the hand of Rag on your back. Everyone level 1 gets to see like a badass thing, or like how crazy do we open this door? Because this is a door that can lead to either a possible really good thing or something really bad, bro. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and yes, it could be that bad, right? But
That's
I don't
my
think
fear.
that they're that stupid, but it is possible. You're right. And like what Cheesebags just said, masses need to understand that they need profit to fund the game, which I completely agree with. I mean,
Of course.
I am a firm believer in that if retail didn't exist, we never would have got Classic. I don't
dude,
think we would have got
100%.
Classic.
They made millions
So,
from retail,
right.
of course. Yeah.
Right. And as much as I don't like retail, I respect that, right? Retail is their cash cow. Without retail, we would have never got Classic, which I personally just played for 6 years straight and loved it, most of the time, right? They funded games before shops existed, not live service games. Live service games, you either pay, back in the day, it was you paid a subscription model. That was like the only thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, there needs to be some funding. I don't know where this mentality of everyone has where like I just want, this is the game that I want, and I don't think you should make any money off of it. You should just make it for us. Do you guys know how many fucking people are on a team that makes a game the size of World of Warcraft? Hundreds of people, artists and engineers and writers and
Sound
dude,
design.
you're
Goes down an
talking
entire
millions
list.
of dollars. Yeah, you're talking millions of dollars a year in just paying people's salaries, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. People are very detached from like how businesses actually work, and it really has been showing lately. Like,
I agree.
you need to make money. At the end of the day, yes, your product needs to be good that you're offering. Your audience should be happy, but it's also a business. Like, I don't think people understand nowadays how much goes into making a game. Like, if anyone's ever wondering, like, oh, why is this company adding a stupid battle pass or whatever? Do me a favor and Google the company and look up how many employees that company has that just made the game that you're complaining that has a battle pass. Like, you will be like, oh, all right. Do you want to pay $350 for the game like Escape from Tarkov? Because they don't have a battle pass. And that's why Tarkov pushes you to buy the $300 version of the game.
Well, I will say,
And guess what? People buy it because the game is fucking good.
I will say this, not to interrupt you, but I do think though, the one thing that I will give at least Blizzard shit for, and I don't know if you were aware of this, but there was one instance, and this is part of the reason why I stopped playing Diablo 4, for example, was because the battle pass and the money. If anybody who played Diablo 4 here, you probably know about this too, what I'm talking about. During Diablo 4, the battle pass actually wasn't equivalent to the money that you got from all the coins in the game to actually equal the amount of getting the next battle pass for free. So unlike Fortnite, where Fortnite you get 1,000 V-Bucks, right? In Fortnite you get 1,000 V-Bucks every season. This is a model they have followed forever, if you guys remember this. And I'll tell you, it's a kind of a crazy story. But in Fortnite, you've been doing this for years, and this has always been Epic's model, so that players can feel like, all right, you can enjoy your battle pass while getting all your, rewards, your skins and all this stuff. And then also enjoy next season battle pass for free because you get 1,000 V-Bucks. So you spend $10, but if you always maintain that 1,000 V-Bucks, you'll get every single season for free, which is actually a really cool thing that Epic does. Obviously they have the promotion, so that's separate, right? And then you look at Blizzard, what they did with Diablo, right? Yeah. And they had this genius decision, which I don't understand why their team did this. And now we can call this corporate greed. We can call this capitalism. We can call this whatever we want. But their battle pass was worth, I believe it was like, in order to get the next one, I think it was, I forgot the amount of coin it was, but I remember it being like 400 or 600 short than the next battle pass. And it was up to 666 coins, because obviously Diablo, the devil, all the shit. This is what they did in Diablo 4, and people couldn't afford the next battle pass. So they asked people to cough up $5 or $10 more bucks in order to get the next battle pass.
Right.
And players called them out on this, and they said, bro, we just made your company like $600 to $700 million in like a fucking month time span. Like, you got, like, literally Diablo is one of the most profitable things in Activision, is the reason why they went with Diablo Immortal and all this shit. And they were just completely greedy about their whole fucking, their battle pass system, where they changed it. And it took players to call them out on their corruption for doing so. It was very slimy, it was very fucked up. But I do agree with what Hammer is saying, though, guys. Like, I do get what you're saying in terms of, like, battle pass being needed, because at the end of the day, if a company shows that a battle pass does work for them, and it is efficient and it works, that's great. Like, Epic does it, Apex does this as well, multiple companies do this. But I do think that in terms of World of Warcraft, I don't think they can head down this battle pass route.
No, definitely not.
I don't see that succeeding, and I don't know. I don't know how they'll go about it. Like, you know, it's gonna be weird
No,
because
I know. I think, dude, they do it how they did it all along, man.
retail.
Make it so that it's not fully retail where you're buying 6 character transfers and all sorts of crazy shit like that, but make it so that you keep it. This also keeps the game feeling like classic and like vanilla, right? Like where your choices matter, every
Yeah.
decision you make matters. Make it all like the other stuff that came in like
Yeah, I'm
Wrath.
not
Like
too sure. I'm not too
Wrath was
sure.
like the peak shop in my opinion before it got crazy. Where like if you really needed to and you wanted to, you could change factions, you can go to another server, you could pay for a race change or a fucking sex change, whatever it is that you want. Right? This is stuff that keeps the game feeling like classic, like the decisions you made are final unless you pay for them, right? And change your whole shit, like put your credit card in and now you could be a boy or you could be a girl or whatever. And it didn't get too crazy to the point where you're buying like 1 million pets and fucking mounts and all this other shit. Like that stuff doesn't really bother me because I don't buy them. I don't really care like about any of that stuff. But I think they just keep it slim like that. Definitely no battle pass, like skins and all that. I hate transmog. I don't think any of that shit belongs in Classic. But as we've seen on the private servers, there's a way to implement transmog that works for everybody, right? Where you could have transmog in the game, and for people who don't want to see transmog, you just turn it off, and no one's transmog is showing to you. And the people that do want to see it get to have it on.
Yeah, I see what you're saying about that because there was an actual video. Actually, no. You know who brought this up? It was Jack Frags. I was watching the Battlefield 6 video when we were watching this chat, and remember when he was talking about how one of the biggest fears right now in Battlefield 6, because you got to remember too, Battlefield 6 is under Activision. We're talking about Blizzard here, right? So technically, it's in the same realm of like the games that we are operating in, and Battlefield 6, I feel like it's going to have this major problem when they start implementing their cash shops because they already leaked some things that they want to do with like skins and shit. And right now it's very like military tactical shooter where you could see like, the different shades of like sand of gray to, sandish color. You could see like the black and reds. You could see them vividly on who's the enemy and who's like your friend. But when the skins start getting implemented, it's really gonna fuck up a lot of like, okay, who's who scenario. And Jack was talking about like they need to have an optional toggle where you can turn on or turn off the transmog setting. This way, like you as a player can still see and still be immersed within the military setting and not feel like you have to look at 20 different shades of different colors and be like, what the fuck am I looking at? And I think classic players kind of complained about that for a long time because one of the biggest problem with classic players is like, especially PvPers, when I remember them talking about this, was that they were like, I want to see who has gear on in the world, if they're geared or not.
Right.
And I know people hide this with using the noggin foggers and stuff like that, but I still like to see who is rocking what. Like for example, you right now, you're wearing what? You're wearing Herald's helmet, you have fucking Ravager on, like you have Pauldrons on. Like I like to see what you're rocking, and even as like a person who like plays the game, whether to fuck with that person or not. I see you obviously having you have Crusader on the fucking thing.
Yep. Dude, did you see when Mike walked up to me before
That's
and
so
gave me
funny.
Edge Masters? He traded me Edgies.
That is so fucking funny, dude.
Yeah.
Mike's the man, bro. Mike's the man, bro. Much love to him, dog. He really is an actual, like, he loves the game, too. And he's a good example of just, like, a person that's like, bro, like, I just want to play the fucking game, man.
Yeah, that's how I feel, man. And when I give that take, people give me hate for it. That's what I can't stand. Like, dude, I'm at a point where I've just accepted that this is what WoW is. I don't give a fuck about the RMT. I don't care about any of this shit. I just want to play the game with fun people, man. I don't want to change the fucking world. I can't. I have no say. Blizzard probably fucking hates me at this point.
Yeah.
I just want to play the game. That's it. I just want to play. And that's why I started this. And that's why we started this guild. And you know what, man? I was having a blast before this, but I'm honestly having the same, if not more fun doing this. Like I'm just enjoying it. And
no, for sure.
I've played this game for thousands and thousands of hours. I've done this same exact thing that I'm doing 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
But I'm enjoying it. Like I just like the game. That's what it comes down to. Like,
no,
I don't think most WoW viewers are used to content creators actually liking and actually playing the game that we talk about. That's what it is, dude. I swear to God.
Yeah. No, I feel you, man. It's tough, dude. And I do think once you like have like a nice community around you, a lot of those problems do get subsided to to another direction, because like you obviously have like the people that you fuck with and you're enjoying your time, right? And I think that's what WoW is always about. It was never about like everybody having to be a top 10 rating game or guild in the world, or like you fucking, you know, getting the best of everything. It was just about you just having, you know, fun with your boys, you know, no matter what. I think that's what it's always been about. It's just unfortunate that the fun with the boys mentality, even though like I'm all about that, man. I love that shit, bro. That's what I do even when I get off a stream, play some games with my boys when I have the time, and like we just mag, and I think that's what it's all about. But it's just like it sucks that like, you know, the situations that get presented to us, right? And you look at that maybe from a content creation standpoint, where we don't want to see this like shit going on. I don't want to hear about the private server nonsense over and over and over again. It really does suck, but someone has to talk about it. And obviously, when you're in a creator position, right, chap? Like somebody has to fucking bring light to the news. Someone has to bring light to like what is going on, because if nobody fucking talks about it, then there's no awareness of it. There's nothing, you know what I mean? So we have to fucking even go through the dark times as much as there is, and I do agree it is dark times. But I do think out of all of this, you know, having the communities, having your community, I have my community as well, and a lot of my communities over there are yours. They know who you are, and I'm sure the boys that know who I'm there. But I just wish for everybody to just enjoy themselves, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I don't see it personally getting any better from Blizzard. No, it's fine.
No.
But I will say that we can at least try to create a good time with ourselves. And I do think Hammer's doing a great job having the community over here at Anniversary. At least they get to just play the fucking game and go from there. Yeah. And see what the fuck happens. You know, that's all we can do. You know?
And you know what, man? Like the way I look at it is when Classic Plus eventually comes one day, if it ever comes, and it's riddled with fucking bots and RMT and all this stuff, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to fucking make a guild. I'm going to play with some chill people. We're going to go through the content together and just have a good time. Like, like it's clear at this point, no matter how loud people are, you, me, everyone else that talks about this stuff, they don't give a shit and they don't care, and it will never change. So all you can do if you really love the game and want to play the game is tune out the noise. Just tune the shit out. Like you can just ignore all of it. Like you really can. And you know what? Use the fucking RMT in your favor. If everything is inflated, if gold is inflated beyond belief, guess what? That also means you can make gold at a super inflated rate. So it's not that big of a deal. And most people that complain about the RMT shit, Tello, I'm gonna tell you right now, they don't get past level 20.
True.
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. The people that complain about that shit never even get affected by it because they don't leave the Barrens or Duskwood.
They're still on the OG vanilla trial.
Yeah, dude, literally, it's the truth. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I do think, you know, I will say this. I no matter what, I even if I were to play Anniversary, and I'm not, because I actually canceled my WoW sub. I said this in my chat too. I haven't been playing. I've been playing Project Epoch on the low. So I'm not playing. I haven't played at all. As a matter of fact, my guild, the Crusade, and all the boys, they all stopped. And except some of them. Some of them are still going. But a lot of people, like the people I ran with, they quit and mopped, dog. They all quit. We were just not happy. So I think for me, the next couple streams, and just going forward, I think for me personally, I'm going to start doing Diablo 2, maybe Path of Exile 2. I'm going to have fun on stream and just talk shit about Blizzard and shit on them as much as I can, as usual, because I love doing that. And watch videos and and maybe rub one out every now and then. That sounds pretty fun to me. But I do feel like what you're saying is right. As far as RMT goes, though, like for me personally, I'll never be a fan of it because it's like it's what Blizzard caused in the first place, and it's too unfortunate for them to stop at this point because, like we were talking earlier, like having almost 3.94 fucking million plus, even more than we probably even imagine, being a majority of your player base in China, why would they stop RMT? It doesn't make sense. There's like we can give ban waves, but even if you think about it, even the ban waves they did in 2017 that affected the Overwatch thing and World of Warcraft and the cheating engines, they got money for that. So they got more money for that, and they still get more money from more accounts coming, no matter what, with RMT. So it's like, even at the end of the day, like, it's just money, you know what I mean? And I think that's what, unfortunately, the entertainment part of Blizzard has become, sadly. So it is what it is, you know, and I think we go from there. I think we go from there.
I agree, man. I agree. I'm just my message to everyone is just do what you want to do, man. Whatever you want to have fun with, do that. Everyone's forgetting that gaming is for fun.
For sure. I agree, amigo. I agree. But listen, with that being said, bro, I appreciate, everything you do. I appreciate talking with you, brother. I know you got your community. I don't want to hold up all your time. I don't want to treat this like some interview of sorts, because that's not what I do.
It was an interview. We interviewed each other.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Hammer. Also, by the way, Hammer's
Dude,
still.
your chat probably thinks I'm fucking nuts, bro. I swear, Telos chat, I am not a Blizzard shill. I've done nothing but shit on Blizzard in the past like 3 weeks. I just really do like WoW. That's literally all it comes down to. That's all it is.
I believe. I know you, Hammer. I know you. It's fine. It is what it is. You got to understand. It also takes people to like be a part of the community to know a person better. I even had somebody earlier in here before. He was literally just calling me a fat piece of shit for the past like 15 minutes. So it's totally fine. Like he was just in here the whole time calling me like a fat piece of shit like for like 15
Sorry,
minutes.
we're gonna play Arc Raiders together, bro.
No, I know.
2 months.
Yeah, I know. Me and him are gonna have some serious.
And
fun
honestly, I might fuck with
it.
Rust some days too. I love Rust. I love Rust,
Yeah,
and I might bring that back.
You literally were gonna headbutt your monitor the last time we played.
I know, but dude, I had a good wipe the other day. I did. I really had a good time.
my
I was solo. I was 1v2 in, bro. It was fucking good.
Yeah,
I can't, Billy. It's in a call. I tried. I can't play it in here.
Nah, I feel you, dog. I feel you. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Are you gonna be drinking any more gin and tonics on stream?
I haven't the last couple of days. But probably by the end of the week, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, chat. You should have saw Hammer the other day. He drank literally 99 gin and tonics.
I did not.
It was crazy.
I did not.
It was crazy. He was so hammered. We literally, because I'm making a paladin on. I'm gonna make a paladin on D2. I'm calling it. Well, it's called the Hammerdin build, but we're gonna put a photo of you in the corner the entire time we're streaming. The photo that Chad, where is it? Let me find it. Where is it? It's the one I said.
Oh,
it's
no,
the one I said. Hold on, because it's literally called the Hammerdin. Wait, how long ago was that? Was that when we were playing Turtle WoW? There it is.
Yeah.
Oh my God, chat! I found it. Guys, I found it. Look, the Hammerdin. It's the Hammerdin. Chat, we're going to have this in the corner of the stream every time we play our paladin.
Dude.
And it's going to be great. It's the Hammerdin challenge. How many gin and tonics can we slam down? He drank 109 last week.
That was our crazy time when we tried to play that last wipe. We had terrible luck.
Oh, no, yeah. Oh, my God. I felt so bad for you, bro. You were on...
I was tilted, but I was very tilted.
He was like, Jay was telling me, he's like, bro, guys, he's like, tell him, we gotta play another day, bro. I gotta go.
I get severely tilted.
We were running in the dark, and it was just not good for us. It was so bad. We might as well just drink while we play that game because we suck.
Yeah. Yep.
But there's cheaters on there, bro. There's cheaters on that.
Oh yeah,
game.
yeah. That's how, dude. There's cheaters in every game nowadays. We just gotta accept it.
Cheaters and RMTers everywhere, guys.
Yep, that's it. Swiping and cheating, bro. Swiping and cheating.
Unbelievable. All right, brother. All right, I'll let you be, dog. I'm gonna
right,
go back to stream. I'll go watch some videos. I gotta go poop. I'll catch you, bro.
All right, brother. Tello's chat. You're amazing. My chat. Check out Mr. Tello. He's a goat. He's a legend. I love this man.
All right, bro. Love you, bro. I'll catch you. Peace.
Later, bro.
Chat. That was a good talk, right? Amigos. That was a good talk. All right, bro. Chat. That was a good talk. That was a good talk. Yeah, that was a good talk, chat. That was a good one. That was a good one. Some may say. Some may say. Chat, I got a surprise. Hold up. Wait, I gotta piss. Wait, chat, I gotta pee real quick. FTP, 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 FTP.
I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan of the.
Ciao, we're back. I love you guys. I hear fucking paladins. I mean, what do you? I'm not fucking them. Chat, it's time to jam for a minute only, and then we watch a video. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Kago. He joined at the right time. I hope you had a good stream. Shout out to Kago. Follow Kago Gaming. Much love to you. Shout out to Kago Gaming. Much love to you. Follow him. Chat, Kick, Twitch, YouTube. Follow Kago Gaming. Settle down. Settle down. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Alright, that's it. Chat, that's it. Chat, that's it. Settle down. Alright, chat. Good bumpage. Good bumpage. I'm tired. I'm tired. Good bumpage. I did for sure. I'm tired as fuck though. Have a good night. Much love, Kago. Go follow Kago Gaming. Great creator. Follow Kago Gaming. Lock in. Much love to Kago. Chat, we got a good video here we're going to watch. Why gamers don't trust new games anymore. Let's figure it out. Let's see, chat.
Give me Skyrim. Maybe you've heard this before, whether it's hoping that Starfield is simply Skyrim in space, or wanting the next Call of Duty to just match what came before, or to being okay with GTA 6 just being an upgraded version of GTA 5. This means more than you might think, and it points to a deeper sickness in video games. And so that begs the question, what exactly is going on here? I think that like a lot of video game series have this phenomena. So you see this with the Elder Scrolls, where the Elder Scrolls 6, a lot of people just kind of want a Skyrim 2.0. Or with Starfield, they just wanted a Skyrim or Oblivion in space. I think also with GTA 6, you see a lot of people that just kind of want an upgraded version of GTA 5 or a proxy for Red Dead Redemption 2. You see this with Battlefield 6, with just kind of wanting to go back to Battlefield 3 or 4. You also see this with Call of Duty, just hoping that it's on the same quality as previous entries in the series, or even indie games. And so, you know, what is causing this? I mean, I think there's a couple of factors, and I think that some of them actually might surprise you. And I think the first thing is that there's this deterioration in video game quality across the board. And I think that this is mostly concentrated within AAA gaming. And you see this in many different respects. So first off, you see a lot of these AAA games, these kind of big budget games, having a lot of bugs and performance issues. You see a lot of deteriorating aspects, whether it's worsening storytelling, bad character development or character designs, rehashed gameplay mechanics, a lack of innovation in general, and even like things within RPGs, you see deteriorating RPG mechanics.
I speak about this.
You see a lack of innovation. You see poor dialogue trees, poor role-playing mechanics, and then also elevated microtransactions. And so all these things are kind of providing this worse video game experience, especially compared to the past. I mean, you don't have to just look at the new games in isolation. Just look at what some of these older video games did in the past, and you see this deterioration in video game quality in so many respects, whether it's storytelling, gameplay design, quality control, things like that.
Yeah.
And this deterioration in video game quality, I think it leads to this level of distrust for the gamer. They look at this and they go, well, so many games are releasing in such a bad state with so many bugs, performance issues, missing features, or they have a feature and they sell it back to you. And this goes to this kind of next point, which is this lack of trust from the gamer, where when you have these bad quality video games, it just leads to this situation where people just don't trust you. There's a lack.
I mean, dude, that is the problem nowadays with a lot of games, dude, where it's just people don't trust these companies anymore. It's the same lingering problem that's going on in Activision. It's the same problem that we all talk about and the issues that we continue to discuss on a daily basis, that the fact that the matter is this, is that somewhere along the way, people lost their way. Whether that was internally in the company, it had to be internally, right, no matter what. Whether it was the player base feeling like they needed to see change or not, whether they agreed to that change, if they wanted to make that change in a certain manner, maybe the side of where the world is going as a whole, you know, the shifts of people's attentions, our paradigms of just like, you know, feeling this constant need for change, this constant desire for something new, where developers try, but they fail because it doesn't replicate the same thing that we all remember, you know? So it really feels like the times of us, you know, playing the games that we all knew and love was so long ago because they were new experiences. And now that we're older, those experiences are more expected. And since they're more expected, we're willing to more neglect ideas, right? Instead of letting creators actually do stuff with what they want to do. And when they do it, unfortunately, even themselves, they fuck up, and it's just not as good as the memories that we once had. So it's tough. What's good, Typhoon? Crabbing update? We got to get to it. Forgive me. It's just games across the board. People keep buying the product. You don't need to keep making something great and get away with less to make profit. Yeah, and it's to show you why indie games are succeeding so much. You know, you look at Silksong, right? You looked at Valheim back then as well. You look at, what's that other game? What's the game that's popping off right now? Peak? Peak is another one. Peak is a great example. Even indie developers that did with like Sons of the Forest, right? You know, The Forest was a good game as well. The Forest was great. I had a great time with that. There's just like so many like indie developers that are just taking over the world right now, you know? It really is kind of interesting.
Of trust for the gamer. It's not just the quality of the video games. It's things like excessive monetization in video games where the companies almost try to extract as much as they can from the gamer. They sell back features that existed in previous entries, or they try to raise prices more on existing cosmetic microtransactions, or try to rehash the same things over and over and over again. And I think that with a lot of people too, previous entries in the series have disappointed fans. And so you have this level of distrust for the next entry in the series. And it's almost like this restaurant analogy where basically if you go to a restaurant and you have a great experience, that's fine. But that one bad experience, it really sticks with you and it makes you cautious to want to go back to that restaurant. And I think...
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Let's see, first time chatter. When games were a hard copy in a shop, companies had one shot to make a good impression. Nowadays, with DLC and paid extra, companies don't care. I think that is true in a way as well. I mean, not every single company's like that, right? There are those few good ones that are the ones providing, you know, actual genuine updates. You know, for example, we can look at From Software with Elden Ring and their expansion of what they did with that game, right? And you look at many of others that have, you know, followed that path. But unfortunately, those are the minority of the many that are out there that are overbearingly just not good, you know? And you look at a lot of the AAA titles that once were like peak in the, you know, the householders of, you know, names that we remember back then, and they are the ones that are just shit in the bed more than anything. And it's a reason why we complain so much about Activision and Microsoft, because they really have ruined Blizzard's way. they really have stirred them from being a company that is like now the fucking power horse in the industry. And it's just very unfortunate, you know? It's very unfortunate. I feel like more and more people are starting to understand that. And we're coming to a point where now the more games that we play are games of the old, but just modded, you know? How many people are playing older versions of games, of emulations and modded games, and going back to the older products, because that's when games were good, bro. That's when games were fun. I can't tell you how many memories I used to have with my cousins. We'd play Need for Speed Underground, fucking, what do you call it? What's another one? Def Jam, Fight for New York, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, bro, the list goes on, bro, of how many peak quality of games were from just our time. And it's just so hard for companies to replicate that. But the only companies that are doing it is the indie developers, is the small scene, you know? And Bioshock was another good one too. All of them, PS1, the SNES, yeah, a lot of the games, yeah, and Numbus knows OG, you know about it. So like, I mean, bro, I can't tell you how many times, like, I remember days, bro, of like me and my boy, bro. You guys ever remember like Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, bro? When you were Liu Kang and Kung Lao. Like it was a beat 'em up, like side to side, like you're going with your boy and you're traversing through the fucking Nether Realm, bro. Like, bro, that was my shit, bro. Like, stuff like that is, like, missing. Army of Two, stuff like that. Like, where the fuck is, like, those style of, like, that game, that fucking wave? I feel like we're really missing that uniqueness, again, in gaming. And indie developers are the only ones who are doing it. They really are. You know, I give credit to even companies, it's the company I talked about. I forgot the name of them, but it's a game they made, Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night. It's homage to Castlevania, stuff like that. I miss seeing shit like that. I wish Tekken's another, I love Tekken. I'm a big fan of it, but I do wish Tekken returns back to the way of like their original fighting, like in like Tekken 3, Tekken 4, stuff like that, because it was more gritty, focused on the MMA rather than just this flashy shit. So it's very interesting. Even old school Contra, SF, hell yeah. Road Rash, Streets of Rage were awesome back in the day. Hell yeah, brother. They stick to what's comfortable and safe. It's up to the indies to take risks on you guys. No, at Chronic, you have nailed it exactly what I am thinking right now. It's the risk taking is what I'm a fan of. And I feel like that's a lack of it lately. There's not enough risk being taken in the AAA development scene besides small companies that do this. The only company that I've seen that's taken the massive risk besides like even Baldur's Gate 3, a very popular name such as that, was new IP such as fucking Lies of P, which was a very good copy version of, the Souls-like games, which it was like, the Pinocchio-style Souls-like game that they did. That was a very phenomenal game. And another game that took risks was, you could say Black Myth Wukong took a risk, but at the same time, I think people are getting a little tired of seeing that type of style of game happen. But they did take a risk, and it was a really good game too. But that probably deserved Game of the Year at that point, but it lost to that PlayStation like platformer, which was crazy. Another product you could say that is Claire Expedition 33, right? That's another game that took a risk, and it was a new IP to see if people would even like their game to begin with, and it's probably going to be Game of the Year this year, So it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and that's what I'm saying. It's the people that we don't hear about that are the ones that succeed the most, the ones that really knock it out the ballpark. The Claire Expedition 33s, the Lies of P's, the Black Myth Wukongs, the people that really show that, man, there is still, creativity left in the gaming world, and it's there to be explored, right? It's all about the investors nowadays. Yeah, and it's a shame because that's how I feel, especially with Microsoft, where it doesn't feel like it's about, the game anymore. It feels like it's just about the investors. It feels like it's just about catering to the groups, and I'm just tired of that.
In a lot of ways, you see the same thing happening with games, where people have this experience with a game, it's great, but then there's these iterations in the series that do poorly, and people are very distrustful of the next game in the series because of the poor quality from that video game. But you also see this kind of bleed into other video games and other series. So when you have so many AAA game releases release in such a bad state, release in such a poor state from bugs, from optimization, from a lack of quality, people distrust new game releases in general, even if it's not connected to that video game series or whatever it is. And I think it leads to this lack of trust from gamers. And so this kind of lack of trust and this deterioration of video game qualities across the board, I think in a lot of ways are creating this, just give me Skyrim. But it's not just that. I think there's also this
Yeah, the dollar
declining
sign.
standard of a lot of gamers. And I think in a lot of ways, people are very starved for good AAA games. There's great games out there, but a lot of
You
these
said
high
ES4
budget
is better
games,
than
these
ES5?
really big franchises, these
I could see
just
that
AAA
for sure.
games.
I'm
have
a fan of ES4 more. I would say, I'm a bigger fan than Elder Scrolls 4. I think because of the way the world, how immersive it is, and there's a charm to ES4 in comparison to ES5 that I just feel like they both have their unique ways of going about it. There's no hate on ES5 as well, but I do personally enjoy the Citadel. I enjoy the starting, the expansions to that game too. But like overall, just how it feels more. There's a certain weight to it, that ES4 has over ES5. But they're both fun. They both have their interests.
Created in quality in so many respects, especially
Innovative
relative
game, last
to
multiplayer,
some of the
that's
previous
sick.
games in the series
I
where
heard of
they
Frostpunk,
had
actually.
more features, or they offered more maps on release, or a higher level of polish and quality control. And I think in tandem with that, there has been the social conditioning of a lot of gamers, especially in this kind of bigger AAA gaming space, where you see social conditioning with microtransactions. You see almost the social conditioning with poor optimization and a ton of bugs, or generally a lack of innovation. And this conditions people to accept these poor standards. But I think in
Holy
addition to that,
shit,
you also
dude.
see these long sequel times where games used to take a lot less time in between sequels. Now the time of development is so much longer that some gamers, especially newer gamers, don't realize the scope and the ideas of past games, where some of these older games gave you so much for free.
Chat, what he just said right there is the fucking entire point of how I feel about how this community is in World of Warcraft. They are being conditioned to think what they are getting is quality, to think that what they are getting is peak. What he just said right there is exactly what I represent, is exactly what I mean, but when I talk, when I speak the way I do. When you see how I go about, saying these things. And this is what these players don't understand. They're too focused on the things about, the IP infringement. They're too focused on the private server scene. They're too focused on, the little nicks and crannies. They're not looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is this. Blizzard for so long is feeding people shit. And you could say it's Microsoft, you could say it's Activision, you could say whatever. They're feeding people shit. And people are accepting that shit and acting like that is the peak quality that we deserve as the consumer. That peak quality has been gone for a long time. Glimmers of hope through SOD. Glimmers of hope through SOD. But not a lot. A lot of the creativity taken from Turtle WoW. A lot of things implemented from other private servers. So you get what I'm saying? That is exactly what I mean. And this fucking guy right here just nailed it, bro. He just nailed it. Is exactly what I'm fighting for. It's exactly what I go by on a daily basis, especially when we do the videos. Is just simply saying that, bro, stop accepting slop. Stop accepting the bare minimum from a company that clearly lost its way a long time ago. Going from CSGO to CS2, big rip on performance and feel bad. Yeah, I mean, I remember back in the day playing CSGO OG, bro. I remember doing the what was it, the zombies on there too. There was like, I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was years ago. Jeez, man, I forgot. But it was good times. That shit was fun as fuck, bro. I think it was like a mod or something that I played that when I did it, man. It was like years ago, Neps. But CSGO was still the shit. And I fuck with CS2, but I feel like CSGO, there was a charm to it, CS will be CS no matter what, right? The last thing Blizzard did was Overwatch. I mean, yeah, Overwatch was the last fucking big thing, the first one, right? That was like people really enjoyed. Apart from retail WoW expansions. Tell that to the plebs who buy Madden oh my god, don't even get me started on that, bro. Don't even get me started on the Madden fucking losers, bro. The Madden losers and I'll tell you right now, the Madden losers, they might be equivalent or as retarded as the WoW players. I'm not too sure. They're close, though. There's a big comparison of how close of idiots they are of accepting the slop. They're very close. You can almost make a comparison to say WoW players are equivalent to players who play Ultimate Team on Madden. They accept the same slop every year and they think something different's going to happen. It's just the truth. Should I make that a tweet, chat? Should we say that right now? Chat, should we make a tweet and say that right now? How would I word it? Chat? How would I word it? on Twitter. Make sure there's no corn here. Make sure there's no corn here. Make sure there's no corn here. All right, chat. How would we word this? How would we word this? How would we word this? I think we could word it what? My chat realized... Actually, no. My chat and I... and I realized that WoW players are equivalent to Madden Ultimate. Actually, I mean, yeah, Ultimate Team players. They both expect... Hold on here. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. They put battleship a ton of... Look at the gun. Hold on, Evan. We're writing a spicy tweet. We're doing this together, chat. This is as much as your fault as it is mine. My chat and I realized that WoW players are equivalent to Madden Ultimate Team players. They both expect the company to do something different each year, but continue to keep funding the same slop over and over and over and over and over and over again. WOD hype, I guess. Is this too much? Chat, is this too much? Wait, hold on. Stop! Shut up! Oh, I don't got enough letters because I don't pay for Twitters. I don't pay for Twitters. I guess I'll just do this. I'll just leave that. That's fine. Classic Plus. Actually, no. We'll just. Alright, fuck it. There it is. I'm posting it. Chat, I posted it. Oh god, I'm gonna get in trouble. Well, they all go yell at me, chat. They all go yell at me. They all yell at me. Yeah, they gonna yell at me. I'm just saying that's the truth, though, bro. It really be like that. By the way, turtle power. Oh wait, chat. I should put a photo of like a Ninja Turtle. Or like a Ninja Turtle gif. That would have been even better. It's already too late. The tweet's out. The tweet is out, chat. We've already made the dark remark. The dark remark. the dark arts. The dark arts. That's a good tweet. Yeah. Yeah. The dark arts. Alright, chat, let's keep watching the video. Enough.
They had so much more polish and quality control, and not every single one of them, but a lot of them did. And so a lot of people don't necessarily have the context for previous games in the series and the polish and the value that they provided to the customer. They don't
We got a good amount watching us today.
realize some of the features that existed that now are being sold back to you in the modern iteration, or it's a worse version of that previous entry. And so this declining standard affects this as well.
It's been very
But then in addition to that, there's this technology component and this other component. So in the past, there was this hardware limitation that I think made creators be more creative, whether it's the music, character design, gameplay mechanics, to performance. And when you had these limitations and these hardware limitations, you had to be a lot more creative. I think you also see this a lot with the music, where people had to be creative given the limitations with sound design in the past, or with character designs, or with performance and optimization, because there wasn't these easy ways to upgrade or update the video game.
Very true.
But in tandem with that, there's also this duality to it, where with this improved technology, you have seen more people empowered to create video games. It's easier than ever. It makes things a lot faster or quicker. But because it makes things easier, or it empowers new creators, there's, like I said, a duality to it where things are less focused and less optimized. You see these huge game file sizes. You see a lack of quality control. You see a lot more bugs or things like that. And so even though you have more technological resources, it has created this problem with, I think, creativity, with performance, with things like that. And
Oh, yeah.
the thing is, you don't necessarily need innovation, right? Because ultimately you just want to have fun with a video game. So you might say, oh, well, who cares about innovation with these video games? I just want to have a fun video game. Well, what if you applied that same reasoning to when games were just 2D only? There's no need to do 3D games. I'm having a ton of fun with 2D games. And so you can always kind of make this argument, but I think that you want to have this innovation. And I think that if you're going to have this improved technology, right, these improved resources, these improved CPUs or graphics cards or whatever, why not utilize them? And in so many ways, you see this lack of innovation, you see a lack of quality control, and I think in a way it hurts the creativity, because what really is new from some of these newer video games?
Chat, I'm gonna bring up something right now, because I'm sorry to interrupt him, but we're gonna continue watching the video. But what he's saying is something that I'm gonna show here real quick. I'm gonna show here from an old video that I did. Let me just go to popular. I'll find it. When I did the Ashes of Creation video, I want to show you guys this, because this is exactly... They're putting an ad on my own video. This is crazy. But this is exactly what I'm talking about, chat, when it comes to not needing to always focus on the quality of the game being, like, fucking overly graphical, right? I wish EA didn't screw up Command & Conquer series. I missed the old Westwood Studios. Yeah, I wish there was a lot of fucking studios that never left. You know what I missed, too? Lionhead Studios. Remember Fable, chat? Fable 1, Microsoft fucked up with them, and Phil Spencer admitted it. He admitted it. They said, we fucked up with Lionhead Studios. We are sorry. We caused that company to go to the fucking ground. It was our fault. Look what they did. I know, bro. It's just disgusting, bro. It's disgusting, bro. Like, when this shit happens. And let me ask you, chat, too. How many people in here would play a fucking game if it looked like Skyrim, and it doesn't even matter if it's dated or not, would play games like Skyrim, Elder Scrolls right fucking now, instead of the slop that we're getting? How many people would have fucking played games like that right now? If they were to say, Skyrim, we're coming out with an Unreal 4 Skyrim, Unreal 4, you know what I mean, whatever, we're not doing Unreal 5, but we're giving you, like a newer game. You know, it's not Skyrim, but it's a newer game. How many people would fucking play that, bro? Because you don't care about the game being overly graphical. That's not what games are about. Look at the indie scene. Nobody cares that the games are mind-blowingly graphical. Holy shit, dude. We're playing the most graphical game in the world, bro. Holy fuck. No one cares about that, bro. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. Dude, Evan would love it. I'm sure Dragon Age is right up Evan's alley, dog. Right up his alley, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro... Ready? You know how Capcom can make a fucking banging return, too, with the fuck up of Dragon's Dogma 2? Give me a remake of Dragon's Dogma 1. Give me a remake of Dragon's Dogma 1. Not 2. 1. Give me a full remake of that shit. I will play the fucking shit out of that game. And with updated controls, you know, fix the camera angle a little bit, people that complain about little things like that. You give me that, dog, bro, we're cooking. Chat, we're cooking. Let me find the part of the video here in the Ashen. When I did this Ashes of Creation video a long time ago, I went over the differences of what happens when you take your game. Now, I want you guys to see something, right? I'm going to show you something here. All right, so fast forward, I got it here, 8:30. This is what their game looks like, chat. This is what Ashes of Creation looked like with Unreal 5, by the way. This is Unreal 5. So what you're seeing here is Unreal 5 footage of Ashes of Creation. This is when they changed and decided to go from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. You could see that it's not that the game looks horrible, right? But the game itself feels like this identity is not there. There's this sense of, like, something's missing from it. It's not that it's ugly, right? But it feels too focused on the emphasis of trying to attack graphical improvement. Like, you know what I mean? Like, trying to, like, make the world so pretty, but yet we have to focus on the main priority here, like the bugs, the gameplay loop, the classes feeling fun. You know, and it's not to say their classes weren't fun, but, like, too much emphasis on the world being, okay, the seasons are always changing. That's something that I asked for in Classic WoW, because I know they could do it. But this is not what we need. And I feel like even with the font design in itself, look at the font here, chat. Like, these numbers popping up, the statuses, it's not that it's bad, but it's almost like they're trying to make it too clean. You get what I'm saying? And then we go back, right? Now, here's a crazy part, chat. This is pre-alpha footage Unreal 4 footage before Ashes of Creation went to Unreal 5. Here we go. Ready? Look at this. Chat, is that not a different game? This is pre-alpha footage. Look at the fucking night and day difference, dog. Let's get a little theme going on here. Chat, look at the night and day difference, dog. Night and day difference between Ashes of Creation and pre-alpha. This is pre-alpha footage. Look at this shit. This was when they were continuing to actually put development in their fucking game. And let me see if I can find a little bit more footage here, because there was some crazier... There was a crazier shot that I had where it was this girl, it was like snowing almost. She was going through a tunnel. I gotta find it though. Let me see. Maybe that wasn't the clip. Let's see if I can find it, chat. Give me a sec. Oh, here it is. Here it is, chat. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Pre-alpha footage right here, chat. Look at this. Now, it doesn't look amazing, right? It doesn't look fucking like, holy shit, it's groundbreaking. But look at the identity. You get what I'm talking about? Like, changes and shifts. This is... I would have played this. I would have played this. I think we all here would have gave this a shot. This looks like it has some identity to it. Now you look at that. This is Unreal 5. Look at this. That was just a change from the well, good editing, but still, that's Unreal 5. This is Unreal 5 now. This is like, what? It's a whole other game. They should have stuck with Unreal 4, dude. And this is what happens in the gaming scene, is when they think that they have to focus on graphics. Like, that's the thing that matters. Like, that's the thing that is your selling point. When you focus too much on graphics being the key thing, you don't find yourself having a game that people really give a fuck about, you know? And then you overpromise with all these things that you want to do to your product. It just leads to something that people are not going to care about. They're not going to care about that in the long run. You know what I mean? Yeah, when you make something too hyper-realistic, it's just too much, man. It's just too much. And I think the Unreal Engine, there's too many people banking on that, and I think that needs to stop.
You would expect to see more innovation, but in a lot of ways you don't. And while you could argue, oh, I'm having fun, or it's fine, it doesn't need to have innovation to have fun, I could be just as content playing a upgraded version of Grand Theft Auto 5 or an upgraded version of
realistic
Skyrim.
Does age bad.
That's not innovation. That's just the same thing. And so if that's the case, why even have the better technology? Why even have these things?
Like,
why
dude,
even try to innovate and create something?
In my
I
opinion,
think
chat,
in essence, you don't
even
have
just
to
bare
innovate,
bones, this looks
but
great to
it
me.
speaks to the greater
I'll
human
play this
spirit
game.
to have all these resources to create something awesome.
I
It's
will
not just
play that
creating the
game.
same iteration of Skyrim 12 times. Why not go deeper? Why not expand those RPG mechanics into something awesome? Why not take the next Call of Duty and make it something way different than you've ever seen before in the previous entries to make it so much better? I mean, this speaks to the human spirit in general, and why even just make the technology better if you're not going to leverage it? And so this technology component, like I said, while it empowers a lot of new creators, there's a duality to it where in a lot of ways there's less of a focus on optimization. You see it with the quality control of bugs and stuff like that, and it lowers the creativity for a lot of people, and it really hasn't necessarily led to innovation. And so in general, like, what does this really mean for the gaming industry? Well, I think in a lot of ways, this really just shows this deep sickness within the gaming industry, because people that will say something like, oh, just give me GTA 5 upgraded or Skyrim in space or something like that, it speaks to these ideas that I talked about, this lack of trust from the gamers, this deterioration in quality, this lack of innovation that kind of speaks to this kind of sickness within the gaming industry.
I get what he's saying. He's basically saying that gamers are asking too much of, like, saying we want the same thing over and over again. Like, he's saying, like, okay, don't expect, like, developers out there to be like, oh, just give me Skyrim, you know, 4.0, 5.0, but just call it a different name. Or give me Resident Evil, but it's space. Like, you know, now, well, technically it'd be Dead Space, right? But still, you get what I'm saying? Like, give me something new that I'm not even aware of. And that's how you get elements when you see like something like Baldur's Gate 3. When you see something even, I would say even more innovative in a way, is like Clair Expedition 33. When you see something like that come out of the blue and be like, wait a minute, maybe this is not something that I asked for. Maybe it's not something I wanted, but fuck, I'm going to play the hell out of that. Is because now I'm inspired. Like, now I'm excited. Because it took away from the same ideal that I've had for so long, that things need to be like WoW Classic. Things need to be like Skyrim. Things need to be like Fallout. Things need to be on this level of like, certain hype that I don't see any other way a person can make it better. And I feel like it really has stripping away from the creativity in the gaming scene for quite some time. And at the same time, I dare say, it's taken away from the developers at Blizzard. It's a reason why they attack private servers. Why need to do more work if you can let people with actual creativity work for you? And that's just the truth. It's sad, but that's the reality that we live in. Why need to take the next step in innovation, take the next step, I'd be stuttering, take the next step into actual idea, expansion, take the road that is untold, that nobody can foresee. Why do that when you have other people's work there for you that you could just, twist? And I believe that's the big thing nobody is talking about in the private server scene. The fact that that is something that exists, that ideal, that mentality, I find that to be like extremely crazy. It's like, are we not aware that that's the situation that's going on, that we're oblivious to? We're just expecting, the best quality, the best quality, the best quality. But in reality, that is the fucking, that's the facts. That there is no more actual creativity going on. Limitations are happening, whether that's from Activision or Microsoft or whatever. And it's a reason why these servers keep getting attacked. It's not because only, we need more money for ourselves. They got money. They got all the money in the world, chat. What really is going on is that the ideas, the actual implementations are getting used for them. And that's something you're going to see twist up when it comes to Classic Plus. Mark my words. Mark my words.
I said it's manifested itself in this lack of quality control, this lack of
The indie
innovation,
dev deserves
and
it.
it gives us a glimpse
The
almost
scene
into
and
society
indies right
more
now deserve
broadly,
all the
because
love.
I think that it's not just isolated to video games. I think you can see a lot of this directed at society more broadly, whether it's a focus on short-termism, not providing quality products or innovative products, excessive monetization, and almost this non-appreciation of the customer. I really do believe in this idea of wanting to appreciate the customer and building that reputation and building that loyalty. But when you see things like taking a feature that existed in a previous game and selling it back to you, or finding out ways to squeeze more and more money out of the customer, it shows this changing philosophy in a lot of ways. In my opinion, it's partially a glimpse into society more broadly, and I don't know if that necessarily creates the best video games and the best value overall for everyone in the long term. And so,
This guy is
what can be
spitting
done
right
about
now,
this?
chat.
Because
He
I
really
think it's
is
very
speaking
easy
some
to look
shit.
at this and to get very negative about it. But I think that fundamentally society has to change for these things to improve. And also the gamer or the customer has to reject these ideas. I mean, I think that the gamer's inability to reject some of these practices is partly a function of society, where you accept in a way the excessive monetization that is brought onto you, or the level of just non-value creation that the company is providing you. I mean, like I said, when you take away features and then I try to sell it back to you, that's not almost treating the customer with respect. I think that fundamentally people have to be aware of this and realize this to say, no, I don't accept this, rather than accepting kind of just this poor treatment from some of these companies. And
Well, I think also at the end of the day, this individual was speaking here. You also have to remember too that the player base at some point is so desperate to accept the bare minimum that even if you give them 1,000 different things, they don't really care about the full on detail and the fidelity of everything being extra, out of the ordinary. They care about only just the specific, simplistic things that you're providing to the game that means a lot to them more than anything. So, like somebody said in chat, like Michael, what he just said here, some of those features we want. And I get that, because when you look at inspirations from Oblivion, you look at Fallout New Vegas, you take, inspirations from other games, many other, old school style games that were massively successful. I only use these as two caterpillars of staples in the fucking community, right? I use those well, not caterpillar. You get what I'm saying. I use these as pillars, right? Like staples and pillars in the community to go bases off of. And people like homage to those original things that made those games what they were and how they were spiced into the newer iteration of the game you're trying to provide. So I could give an example of this. It's like Dead Space Remake, right? Dead Space Remake, that over the style, third person angle, is heavy inspiration based on fucking Resident Evil 4. You know what I mean? When Resident Evil 4 started going about this. And this was something that they were inspired, you know, to hit, because that was such a popular style that Resident Evil 4 made a trend of. It was like fucking groundbreaking for everybody. People don't realize the significance of what RE4 did for the gaming scene by a landslide. It changed the way people approached over-the-shoulder camera angles. Like, for so many games. Like, it really paved the way for so many games. Just like you could say Daggerfall or even Morrowind or even Oblivion paved the way for so many fantasy games, you know? So there really is homage that still is paid, in a sense, in retrospect, where you see games still have, quote-unquote, a similarity function that a player does enjoy because they can realize, oh, I feel familiar with this. And it almost is like an Easter egg, you know, to some people, right? So there is that feeling that I do still think needs to exist in the scene, but as in terms of like actual design philosophy, actual, you know, thinking or thoughts or whatever you want to call it, of like going about working in the studio, seeing the game that you want to put out and putting the product on paper and being like, wow, this is something that we're going to provide the players with, and they're going to really like this. They're going to break this down. They're going to create communities over this. They're going to create posts over this. This is something that's going to be exciting. Talk about this. That is something that every developer wants and every developer feels like they need when they, you know, they're making a passion project, right? And not everybody lands it, but for the most part, I do think you still have to be creative within your own project, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with paying homage to games that have done it before you. And I think that exists no matter what, how you move about it. And it goes deeper than just gameplay features. This goes into sound design. This goes into art direction. This goes into visuals. This goes into storytelling, and how that storytelling is told. I mean, music and everything that we talked about with sound and so much things that make a great, you know, product or a game that all of us know and love, that we become fans of, right? I think without so many games that influenced me over the years, I wouldn't have an understanding of this if I didn't, you know, get to play them, you know? And I think that really makes me, you know, the reason why I talk about these things, why I'm so passionate about, you know, seeing things be creative more than anything.
In terms of providing value, especially relative to other video game companies. And so this is a tough thing to do, obviously, with society fundamentally changing, but I think it all starts with every single individual person, right? Having this focus on saying, well, I can't necessarily affect everything. I can try to do the best quality work that I do in everything that I do in my own life. I can try to have standards. I can try to convince people of these ideas, or at least make them aware. I think that's the first step, is just making people aware of how do we bring value to the world more broadly. And so when I see people make these statements, just give me Skyrim in space, just give me Skyrim 2.0 or the next iteration of this video game, I think it, like I said, it speaks very fundamentally towards the state of the video game industry. And I think, like I said, it starts with the gamer or customer rejecting these ideas. And I think, like I said, it's easy to get negative about this. It seems like a big task, but to me, I think that everything can change, everything can improve. But the first step is awareness of what exactly are causing some of the issues that maybe are affecting the video game industry. And with this awareness, make things better in society and in gaming more broadly.
I think that was a good video, chap. That was a good video. Amigos, that was a great video, actually. Contemplative Cow. That was a really good video, chat. We're going to send this here. W video. I think that was a good one. I would like to watch tomorrow. I really would like to watch tomorrow this Resident Evil video so bad on stream. I think it would be a good one. I really think it would be a good one. I think I'm going to save this one for tomorrow, too. I want to save this one for tomorrow, too. Let me put this on... Oh, I don't want to do that. Hold on one sec, chat. I'll just save it to a watch later. We'll save that to watch later. No Man's Sky treated players right. I want to watch this tomorrow, too. So we'll save this on a watch later video. We'll do that as well. This Resident Evil video, I think, would be a banger, but it is fucking 50 minutes long. It talks about why Resident Evil 1996, the OG one, needs to be remade. I really want to watch that one, but that might be a long one on stream if you guys wanted to watch that. We'll see, though. That might be a banger, though, honestly. And this is always, you know, my music and my jams. However, though, also, to be honest, hold on one sec, chat. Let's put on some tunes. Let's see. Set it at 25%. Easily watchable at that speed. Yeah, we set it at super duper speed. Yeah, that's the thing about long videos. It's tough. Like, Mad Season put out a video on why Shadowlands sucks so bad, which obviously it just sucked because it was horrible, right? There was many reasons. But that video is like 49 minutes long, I think, his video too. So it's a long one. Also, been honest, people just buy into slop. Recently watched Asmon video update about Diablo Immortal today, and some whales on the game dropped 400k USD. AAA game dev is now just done by psychologists and basically gambling addiction experts on how to best extract money on hard to even consider them games. Is that a new video? I thought Asmon was taking a break. Is that a new video? Do you have a link to that? I would love to add that to tomorrow. We can watch that tomorrow. Would love to watch that one. We can react to that. That'd be great. I'm ready for a Moon Beast game to go into beta. Oh, I don't even know about that. I don't even know about this. Yeah, don't worry about your link getting removed. It's just Nightbot. I gotta fix Nightbot, by the way. How old's this video, chat? How old's this video? 9 days ago? Wow, dude. All right, we'll watch this tomorrow, chat. Chat, we'll watch this tomorrow on a watch later. We'll watch this tomorrow. We have some good bangers for tomorrow, amigos. We have some great bangers for tomorrow's. Great bangers. Great bangers, chat. Oh, my eyes. Let's see. Don't worry about Nightbot, chat. Don't worry about that. I'll fix Nightbot. I don't know why the fuck it keeps doing that. Let's see this. Oh, yeah, and that JT guy spent 400k on Diablo Immortal, and he isn't even the highest rated player. That's fucking insane. Oh, it's in pre-alpha now, the Moonbeast game? Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have to look up to... I'll have to look... Did I see it right here? Moonbeast? Moonbeast. Pre-alpha, huh? Is there a YouTube trailer on this? Is there a trailer for Moonbeast? Let's see. Moonbeast trailer. Moonbeast trailer. Oh, Mr. Llama made a video about this. Riker played it? Hey guys, it's Riker. It's Riker. It's Riker here. Back to you with another Diablo video. In today's video in patch 4.57, the mage is now broken. Riker. I just like the way he says shit. I just like the way he says shit. Yo, Richard, what's good, dog? Dino, what's gonna be? It's Riker. D4 is the best game ever created. Wait till season 1. Yeah, you're right. It's the best game ever. Chat, we're gonna watch this game. This is the last trailer we're gonna watch tonight, or last video we're gonna watch tonight. It's a game coming out called Moonbeast, and it's from Mr. Llama, because I like this dude. I really like this dude. I think he's cool as fuck. So let's watch it, chat. Let's watch it. The last video we watched for tonight. We have a lot of bangers tomorrow. Maybe, hopefully, no WoW drama happens tomorrow. Thank God. Hopefully, I'm fucking praying. So we stop. So I could just chill on stream and talk about other bullshit in the world and other games would be really cool. But fuck. Yeah, boys, I think I'm gonna be playing. I think this week I would like to start playing Diablo 2 on stream. Boys, would you like that? Diablo 2 on stream. We mac, eat some pizza, and drink beers, and smoke Newports. No filters. We smoke it straight to the thumbs. Alright, Locken, shut up! Shut up!
What's up, YouTube? Mr. Limesy here.
I love this
and
guy.
today
He's
we
so
just
cool.
played
What a good
some
dude.
Moon Beast
What a good
game.
dude.
That is the unofficial title, just the current title that they
Moon
have
Beast.
in the works until they fully release the actual name of the game. But
That'd be
that is
fun,
what
Dino.
we have. This is a pre-alpha showcase demo, essentially. That
Holy
just a few
shit, that's
of
a
us got
lot.
to play, and I was one of the lucky ones. So very
lot.
big shout out to Moon Beast Studios there. They are some of the guys from Diablo 2. Peter and Phil and Eric are all working on this game.
Wow.
I've showcased it a couple times before. Untitled Moon Beast Studio game. and it's changed a bit since we've gotten to there. So I want to kind of show a little bit of it and then discuss just kind of my thoughts and how I feel. We've kind of like beaten the demo here. And so, you know, this is kind of just the like post-demo thoughts. So the things that I really, really love with the game. Number one, I love the combat. I mean, you can literally see I can like be up
pretty cool,
in the
actually.
air and like shooting down and
Yeah,
stuff.
I kind of like
Very
this. Kind of
engaging
cool.
combat. I'm in a low
Hold
level
on.
area,
Let's-
so that's why I'm,
let's
like,
let it
one-shotting
cook.
everything. But there is a lot of difficulty as well, normally within the game, and I think that is truly fantastic. So the combat is amazing.
The gold
I
pickup
really
radius
love the
is
look of the game as well. I hope that they go bolder in colors in some other areas in the future. But
Holy
I
shit.
do really enjoy the look. I think it looks really nice.
Greenswood.
Kind of gives me overall like a Dungeon Siege, Grim Dawn feel.
Yeah,
The
Grim
game
Dawn. I heard
is
good things
in
about
this
Grim Dawn,
3D
chat.
kind of
Never
world
played it.
that you can, you know,
I always heard great
again,
things.
bounce around, exist in. You can see the terrain is destructible. So literally, you know, I'm like down
Holy
in here
shit.
and I can like break out the world like that, and now that is going to be part of the world. for the
Wow.
rest of the time.
So the
Procedurally
world
generated worlds and maps, which I like a lot. I'm really enjoying the itemization thus far. It's been pretty
Ooh, little UI
simple,
system.
which
Let's
I like.
see it.
You know, you just kind of have your like
Very
damage.
simple.
If
Very
something is,
simple,
like, fire
very
imbued or
clean.
cold imbued, lightning imbued. I switched a lot through a variety of weapons as I was playing through. So, okay, this one's got a little higher DPS, but I
was
would
looking at the item
prefer to have, you know, some cold or whatever it is, right?
Okay.
The rares do feel like cool and meaningful. And I feel like the itemization is decent. I don't think it's the best itemization I've ever seen. Yeah, I think D2's is the best, but I would definitely put it up there above.
I
the
like
rest
the
of
world
Diablo.
breaking a bit.
You know,
I mean, I
Diablo's
can
for
see it getting a little
no weird
annoying,
apples
but
or anything like
you gotta
that.
be
If
careful,
on
right? In the
Tuesday,
fights
when
that
the
you're
sun
in.
is going down, you deal 50% more damage to mobs that are within 3 meters of you or anything, right?
Huh.
So kind of, you know, more that simple state with all of that. They have the inventory Tetris, which I like. So that's nice. They also have an auto sort
Auto sort.
feature.
Love
in it,
that.
that works really well. Just
Auto
as an
sort's
FYI.
great. Not wrong with that one.
Trying to think. The world is a
Greymon.
little plain right now. I mean, it is an alpha, so you know there's not a lot out in the world. I think there could be, you know, a little bit more out there, but overall, I do feel like it's still a pretty exciting world to go around.
I mean, yeah,
I do hope
it
that,
does seem a little
you know,
bare
that'll
bones,
be a
but
big
being
thing
an
I'd like
alpha,
to
they're
see,
probably gonna
like,
add a
making
lot more.
the world more interesting. One of the really cool things is there are the checkpoints, kind of like I talked about before, or you have waypoints, but then you have things such as there was an altar of the ancient gods up here. When it's activated, it slowly spreads all around over time and becomes this giant necropolis that takes over your map.
Wow.
You can see it destroyed my waypoints actually in the towns that I had up here.
Oh, shit.
And just like really cool. Like you're actually having to
pretty
race against
interesting.
time and all of that as you're like leveling up everywhere else. You can go back and fight it and defeat the evil. And that's something they've talked about having a lot in the game, is this idea of we're going to, you know, have the world be this ever-changing environment.
Really? Holy
and whether
shit.
that is changing through, you know, like you physically changing it by blowing it up and killing stuff, or the mobs, you know, blowing it up with their stuff killing it, or through events that, you know, this is going to now take over. You got to figure out how to deal with it, right? Like, there's real-time threats within the game, and it's ever changing and shifting. So no playthrough is going to be the same in a bunch of various ways, and even how the maps all form together and stuff will be unique in that capacity. From a skill perspective, I think this is probably the weakest point of
Let's
it.
see this.
Right now, it's a pretty simple skill tree, as you can see.
Well, it seems
I
like
think
it's
also
not-
in the alpha.
it's
This
not fully
isn't
developed
exactly
yet.
How it'll fully be, But
Yeah.
essentially, you just have your like base skill: Bloodlash, Bone Storm, Glyph Lunge, Spine Breaker, Shadow Walk.
Okay.
Those are like the 5 skills right now that the witch has. And then you just have
It's
your,
probably gonna be much
kind of
expanded.
passives
It's
behind
gonna be
to
severely
improve it.
expanded.
So right now I'm running kind of Bone Storm, which is this, and then it has this like echo where it has reflecting shots off of it and a little bit of knockback. I've played the Bloodlash before, where like I gained a
So
lot
is
of life
thi-
on hit.
excuse me, is
and then
this
I
like a
had
form
big,
of a
like, attack
necromancer,
speed
chat?
boost from it, so I was kind of doing like a big frenzy.
It's looking like
with
a
it.
form of a necromancer. Am I tripping?
That was interesting.
Like a little bit of it?
Shadow Walk I've used before for just like a big teleport in.
I mean, the abilities don't sound like it too much. Some of them do, but not all of them.
Very simple on the tree. Does kind of have a little bit of the D4
Yeah,
tree
yeah.
simplicity with just the little nodes behind. I think there's plenty to be done here. Again, this is the pre-alpha, so I think
Interesting.
plenty to be done there. Another thing, they do have your cube as well for like crafting things together. I don't know what exactly
Oh, like
needs
the cube
to be
from
done in the
Diablo?
crafting or not,
Oh.
but
I wonder what this does.
there is a cube that you can craft in, apparently.
Maybe with like
There's also just like cool things for socketing.
re-enchants, maybe?
One thing I like is there's
Rerolls?
kind of these like super sockets. You have a regular socket and then like a super socket. And so certain things like a Bone Legion heart, which only drops from these specific mobs, can go into those like super sockets. And so not all items have it, as you can see. None of my items I'm wearing currently have one. Nope. Oh, I guess this one is. This was a super socket, so I made this a cold imbued shield. I don't know if that actually does anything or not, but we put it in there. There's also tattoos, where if you get these runes, you can either socket them in items or
Super
tattoo
duper
them on,
sockets.
and then they'll have little things. So this one, for instance, makes my Bloodlash entangle enemies, which kind of stuns them.
That
So
sounds
that's
cool.
really nice for that. I do feel like even though there's not a lot of skills, there is still kind of a nice variety within the builds already. Like I said, I've played this Bloodlash build before where I had like a big dagger, and I was doing this like Fury dagger style. This one I'm
Yeah, I
playing
could-
is
that-
this,
I feel like it
Bone
does look cozy.
Storm shot with this.
I'm just curious to see more of the
kind
development, more mob density, of course, right?
melee caster combination, right?
It looks pretty.
You can kind of see here.
I like the way it interacts with the world too. And the
And
combat
then I
does
can,
look
like, drag
pretty
and push
slick.
back and all sorts of stuff there. And then there's we've seen multiple of the Glyph Lunge builds, and there's plenty more that could be done even there. So for what they have right now, there is a decent variety. I also believe we can only play the witch at the moment. So this is
Oh, it's a
the
witch,
first
chat.
class. There will be more classes.
Chat, it's a
I'm
witch.
sure.
This is a witch.
Or for
I just
sure.
read the blood and bone thing, and I was like,
There
oh,
is
this sounds like
still
necromancer.
some, like,
So this is like a
frame
witch.
rate issues and little things. Of course, it's not fully
Like a blood
optimized
witch,
with all of
chat.
it.
A blood witch.
I do love the look overall. I think it does kind of again have that old school look, and
Burner at the
fighting
stakes.
is really nice.
We don't
I've had to
simp
do a
here.
lot of positioning with my
Unless-
fighting. When you go into like, I've been in dungeons. When I'm in the dungeons, I'm like going forwards, backwards, and I'm breaking holes down. Just so like they're coming one at a time through the hole to fight me instead of all swarming me. I died multiple times in this playthrough of it. Like, there was a lot of just really kind of nice, simple things that they had in the game. So I've been very impressed so far. Again, I covered this game a little bit before, and they didn't really have any playthrough piece on it yet. They just kind of talked about the destructible world, how moddable everything was going to be, how much they're going to support like custom game design and all of that, which I love.
Oh, really?
Because
I like to look at those.
that is some of my favorite.
We could
stuff,
save that for
having
tomorrow. We
this,
could do
like,
some more investigations.
customs that you can come in and build.
Ginger
all this
Gaming
stuff.
Mentor. Just
And
to see a little bit
they're really
more of it.
supporting a lot of that because they know that that's some of the like best things of when you look at like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft Brood War and things. Like, obviously the games are cool, but how many of us remember playing, Bunker Wars or doing
Yeah.
the Bounds or doing, any of those, Uther Party, all of that stuff. And so
Okay.
having this world that's super moddable, super destructible, you can do a lot of clashing and all sorts of cool things and building cities underneath the world that you go down and discover and just all sorts of interesting things. So I'm really excited for that editor and when all of that kind of comes out. But Yeah, I think that kind of covers my initial thoughts with it there. I don't want to like blabber on for too much. Again, I think the look is really great. The combat is really great. I think the skills, I'm hoping to see more from that. I'm hoping to see more from, just improvements and optimizations within the, game itself. I think would be really nice. The frame rate, just various pieces like there. But it's cool. It's a very promising start for an RPG in my mind, and I look forward to them deving more of it and giving us a little bit more to play with.
Yeah.
That's the Entangle right there.
That does look really cool. I like the
Really
Entangle.
nice, that tattoo.
The Entangle looks pretty sick.
So, with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you're excited. You can check it out. I'll put some links down below for if you want to get on the sign-up list for maybe an alpha in the future or anything like that. I'll have all that stuff down below. Peace, you
Chat, good video. Good video. Llama's the man. I really like this guy. Chat, give him some love. Give him some support. Give him all the love. Give him all the support. Chat, good video. Good video for the Amigo. Riker's video on the 15 was about 20 minutes, a bit more descriptive. Yeah, we might have to look at some. Maybe we'll watch a Riker video tomorrow, huh? Maybe we'll watch a Riker video tomorrow. I'm just. That guy's funny with his intro. I just he does so much, chat. He does so much. God. Riker. Well, I'm just watching just because I'm curious more about the stuff. But chat, listen. By the way, amigos, here we go. Let's put this here. Chat. This Discord is brand new. So come to the Discord. Baby Tello. Maybe. Chat, come to the Discord. You could share all your media here, by the way. You could share all your, if you want me to watch stuff, if you have anything you want to post, just put it in media share and send it. And you could share it there, and I'll look into it. It's Explanation Discord on Twitch. But I'll put it everywhere so you guys can join the Discord. We can grow this, and, it could be like a cool time, seeing a bunch of people, get different creators maybe in there and shit, just have fun, It's really just a simple Discord. No quizzed shit. No, anything unusual. Just people having a good time and Mac, and they feel like they could just connect with other people and, grow relationships. Maybe get married. Maybe roll doinks together. Maybe do blow. Something. Whatever, you know what I mean? Whatevers. You know what I'm saying? Whatevers. But chat, in the meantime, thank you guys for genuinely speaking. I always like to thank you guys all the time because life is short. You never know what happens, and I really appreciate all the love and support that you guys give my stream. You guys make you do what I do is wouldn't be without with you guys. So I appreciate the Twitch primes. Appreciate all the donations. All the stuff goes back into the stream. It goes back into me making more videos for you guys. And I'm super duper red right now. Yes, fuck the Paladins. I hate those guys. However, though, chat, I think we're about to end up shop and close up shop, but in the meantime,